30 teams entered this brawl. The fat has been trimmed and now just 20 teams are left standing. Will these teams exercise their sycophancy to keep our top teams from their sovereignty? It's only one way to find out. Reignite, DreamFire, Revenant, ATH, and BRP. All names will hear echo throughout the ages, but let's see if they have what it takes to take that rank 1 spot. I'm your Castle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
Feeling excited as well. It's great to be here in the grand finals to witness one of the best from all around APAC to be gathered here to play some amazing Apex Legends Mobile. We had amazing group stages for the past few days, and finally we're down with the final 20 teams so far here. And on top of it all, only this 20 teams is going to be battling out in a total of 12 matches. So there's going to be a lot of uncertainty happening throughout the entirety. So maybe in Kings Canyon, maybe in Storm Point, and etc. But what I do know is they are going to be fighting for a prize pool of a whopping 20,000 US dollars. 10K US dollars. I apologize for that. 10K US dollars, with the first place being 5K USD. So that is going to be 4 teams walking away with a chunk with the prize itself. So it's 4 teams in total. So being in the top 4 is going to be where you want to be. So I'm looking forward to see any kind of strategic plays. But so far, what seems to be a trend here so far, Kramer?
So far, what's interested me is Revenant and Reignite, 2 teams that are currently in our top 5. They came into day 1 and day 2 playing absolutely ballistic. They were killing anyone that moved. We go into day 3, and Revenant, who sort of ended day 2 on a bit of a shaky note, weren't able to play day 3, and Reignite were, but Reignite, they were going for kills, and they ended up getting killed very early on. However, it was thanks to those kill points, they actually didn't look like they did too badly, but their placements have actually been quite poor.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a difference in process of approach and strategy as well. But based on the stats we have during the group stages as well, is that a lot of teams tend to lean on towards getting kills. Some of teams lean on going for placements as well. We did see a little bit of a repeating trend with a couple of Watson as well as crypto plays, which I'm not really a big fan in the current meta as well when Valkyrie into the teams. But it seems like hunkering down is going to be the way to go. We did see repeating trends when it comes to ALGS plays where Caustic, GB as well as has been very popular by a couple of teams itself. So I'm really looking forward to see whether or not are we going to see those kind of cheesy plays as well. But what I do know is we are going to be here for some really exciting matches in of Apex Legends. And on top of it all, I'm looking forward to see whether or not are we going to see a lot of crypto or maybe even Watson in its gameplay, because that is going to be the ones that really upsets the tempo of, like you said as well, hunkering down into their base itself. So I don't know. I'm really looking forward to see how it goes as well. I'm hoping to see a recurring trend or maybe the Octane Revenant. But in case you guys are just tuning in, these are your top 20 teams up on screen which made it and battled out through the group stages and are here in the grand finals, Kramer.
So you mentioned Legends just a moment ago, and the 2 Legends I'm actually really looking forward to seeing is, yes, Watson, but also Newcastle, who has really started to make quite a solidified appearance in the latter stages of our group stage. And it was, as we see our team sit, it was the likes of Reignite, it was the likes of ATH who didn't shy away from being able to bring out that extra shield.
Yeah, I definitely agree. When it comes to Newcastle, it's still in a gray area as well. I think a lot of pros are still trying to understand the dynamics on where exactly Newcastle fit in, right? So it feels like it needs to be like either replacing either the GB or as well as Newcastle is in the kind of scenarios here. It just brings so much value when it comes to hunkering down. But playing against it and also playing around it is going to be a complete different ballpark when it comes to this kind of meta. So I'm looking forward to see, are we going to stick with the traditional GB strategy, or will even a potential Maggie kind of start sneak in towards the meta as well? And I do believe that in a couple of ALGS matches as well, that Maggie has started to kind of make a little bit of appearance, even though it's not one of the higher tier legends, just to kind of deal with this kind of Newcastle setups with those kind of shields, the knockdowns as well, and etc. So it's really frustrating to play against a good Newcastle player, but at the same time, we still do not have enough data to pull through. So I feel like teams are still going to be leaning on the traditional Velt GB, and then I don't know, maybe a Caustic, Velt GB Watson, Velt GB maybe even an Ashe and etc. I don't think we would see a little bit more, but that's the thing, right? Anything can happen. Everything from the group stages might be a strategy that will be taken out of the equation because, you know, you want to keep that element of surprise when it comes to grand finals. You don't want people to be reading your strategy. And based on what I've been learning so far, especially watching the games in the group stages with you guys casting, is that the teams itself, they do tend to lean on just disrupting those kind of bunkering down meta, the castings, etc. And that's why we do see a lot of crypto and also Watson as well, especially in ELGS. So I don't know. I'm really curious to see what kind of strategies is going to be brought out here, Kramer.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, you look at our qualified teams list. All of these teams have the quality and the firepower to be able to bring out these kind of sometimes even booky competitions, but they still are able to make them work. I think the main one that springs to mind is Reignite. They went for a Watson and Rampart. The idea being that the Watson pushes them up and Rampart just tears through them with her turret. And they attempted that setup kind of once or twice. We didn't see it work, but the fact we saw it in theory, the fact we saw that Reignite were going for these unorthodox compositions to try and maybe even revolutionize the meta a little bit, for me, is really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and on top of it all, I really like how I'm a little bit curious as well because this was one of the biggest highlights for me, right? Hey, I was brought on Rise of Legends, Apex Legends, APAC South tournament. I was like, oh, I'm going to be doing the grand finals. I'm going to be doing a Kramer. Okay, this is super exciting. Who's the teams? First name that really popped out for me was actually none other than Reignite. Jen Burden is going to be playing. I don't know. I didn't exactly see too much of him as well. He's one of the most legendary control players out there. Arguably one of the strongest human aimbot in the history of Apex Legends. And it's just really disgusting to see his aim, but I'm looking forward to see whether or not is he going to be playing in the grand finals itself, one of the legendary players representing from Australia itself. And also another team that I really want to talk about as well. This is really surprising because these are the two teams that I kind of stood out for me was Revenant Esports as well as Reignite. And to my surprise, they are in the current top two because Revenant Esports, they've got a really, really amazing coach known as Fat Monster as well. I've seen him play over the years, especially in the India community as well. He does have the experience to play in the Pred lobbies as well as deal with the ping difference when it comes to Apex itself. Like some teams, some players, they have to deal with the 200 ping issue, the 90 ping issue, where there are going to be inconsistency as well as no recs all the way through. And I feel like they have the better experience when it comes to dishing out, to play out against this kind of composition and make it work for himself. Jen Burden does play a lot in 200 pings as well. We did see him in a lot of highlights before. He still pops off despite being able to play in 200 ping, which is very ridiculous, right? If you compare it with games like Valorant and games like CSGO, it's like 200 ping. How can you play like one frame off and you're dead? You can't. You just can't. But they do it in Apex, which is ridiculous, and they play at the highest level of Pred lobbies. And I'm really looking forward to see what kind of games are we going to be seeing here in the grand finals, Kramer.
Something I want to highlight is while Jen Burton is disturbingly good at this game, one of his sort of highlight weapons is the wingman, which we've seen him just tear through teams with. That's currently in the crafting station. So I'm interested to see if we're going to see battles for these access to these stations, or furthermore, if teams actually just don't bother with the wingman, and we see these sort of R301 car combos start coming out a lot more. I know that we've seen a lot of these sort of mid-range rifles get used pretty much start to finish, purely because they're good enough to use them at range, and at point blank, they're hitting every shot anyway. So there's still the option there for a bit of maybe even meta changing. But for now, it's the wingmans that are going to be choked, and we need another weapon to take that spot. We even saw bows making an appearance yesterday, and they were doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's the thing about utilities, right? Especially in the map of Stormpoint, when it first was introduced, especially in Season 12 itself, Stormpoint was one of the very difficult maps to play. We did see a little bit of recurring trends when it comes to Bangalore. We did see a little bit of recurring trends when it comes to playing a little bit more on the marksman rifle, right? Like the G7 scouts, the repeaters, etc. was a little bit off meta for me. This is off from the traditional maps, but it was very, very much needed because getting resources was extremely difficult in Stormpoint. That's why I think before Newcastle kind of brought into the legend, we did see a lot of global pickups as well just to try and deny ammunition because of how scarce resources can be in this kind of situation. So I feel like I'm not a personal big fan of snipers. I'm not a personal big fan of long range engagements. I'm more of like an R301 PK right in your face.
Yeah.
So But that's the thing, when it comes to competition, it's a complete different ballpark. You know, it starts from drop zones, it starts from rotation, how are you going to rotate? And I'm looking forward to see whether or not are we going to see potential low ball plays, even though I didn't see too much during group stages, right? Ammunition is going to be very, very scarce. You talked about Wingman. I feel like Wingman is one of the better guns to actually take advantage of how little bullets you need are going to be expending while dishing the maximum amount of damage. And yeah, it's just a really, really good hit miss as well. And I think you brought up a very, very interesting point. It does shifts the meta a little bit when it comes to whether or not are they going to be prioritizing the Wingman or not. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping straight into the first game as of today. The Rise of Legion Intel APAC South Season 1 is going to be happening on this day, and it is going to be happening in World's Edge as of yet.
Something that we saw yesterday for pretty much actually the entire tournament up until the final game of our group stage was everyone was avoiding early engagements. The absolute second we saw that final map start, it was combat start to finish. And now he has a playoffs. I want to see if that playstyle is going to catch on, and that playstyle is going to continue to be the case, or if we're going to see teams be a little bit more reserved.
Yep, and flight path is going to be from the bottom right and towards the top left as well. Pretty balanced one throughout all the teams so far, so it's nothing super crazy yet. We do see EXO and Dewa going to be hitting Thermal Station, and it seems like they are going to be having a little bit on, I would say, their usual drop spots, right? I'm pretty sure they've played out throughout group stages. They are not going to be contesting a lot. We do see, I think, Revenant going to be dropping onto his Lava Siphon as well. That is going to be a very, very tough point to contest. Countdown is going to have like a populated loot as of yet, especially coming from DF. I feel like Fragment West and Fragment East is going to be the little bit of interesting factor. I think you guys did bring up on this as well, right? Like Fragment East, they did recently kind of nerf it down in terms of spawn loot as well. So I feel like it is going to be a little bit scarce when it comes to loot. But based on the circle, it is going to be lying down on towards the Fragment side. So it's a pretty well-balanced one coming from that side. But I'm looking forward to see a lot of South and Northwest action, especially Northwest having like 4 to 5 teams, which they have to pass through the open fields of the outskirts of Landslide. So that's going to be a very, very difficult spot to be fighting in as well. Maybe we will see teams try to camp onto the sniper tower in north of Landslide. I think on the south side as well, launch side, we do see like a couple teams that they may be running in towards Revenant itself. So that's going to be a little bit of an interesting fact to actually look out for when it comes to their gate gamings. But I don't think we are going to be seeing a little bit of action. It's more like how do they rotate in the zone. But up on screen, we do see G-Dated and as well as High Dynamic Ren. They are going for a Rave Comm as well. And I'm a little bit surprised to see this, even though Valkyrie has been really, really popular here, Kremer.
I also want to highlight, in order to go from the northwest side of the map and then actually get into Fragment West, there's only about 2 or 3 entry points. The kind of terrain makes it so hard to get to that position, and considering how many teams are in the northwestern side of that map, it means that we are going to see a huge gunfight in order to actually get there. And it means this zone, even though Fragment is quite a balanced zone, the other thing to watch out for is that when we do get to our sort of 4th and 5th zones, when things start getting uncomfortable, we're going to see altitude make a huge difference in how effective teams can be.
Yeah, definitely. High ground is going to be very, very important as well when it comes to Fragment, right? The biggest question here is, especially when towards that circle itself, it is a pretty balanced one towards Fragment as well. But if it shifts towards the north side, we are going to be seeing a lot of long-range snipes, especially towards the epicenter of the city. But right on the screen, we do see HAIWAAN Gaming already getting contested as well. And it is going to be Reignite that completely dumpsters of 2 down from the side. And it's going to be AAG Fleet getting swarmed down. It's going to be a 1v1 matchup. And that is going to be Genpon gonna come up on top with Leshko popping him off with the PK. So that's going to be the first team out right from the get-go in HAIWAAN Gaming.
I mean, it makes poetic justice that Reignite are the ones to get the first kill, considering how aggressive they were last map and for the last couple of days. For now, Team Burger, one of our other ALGS teams, looking to take an engagement here, trapping a team in their own building. A lot of damage done, but they don't risk heading into the caustic pit almost. Deploying a bit of utility of their own just to try and harass anyone who dare peek them. They're getting third-partied in the process, though. Low HP on the Valkyrie means we need to see a disconnect from this team. They are able to disengage. They're able to get out of there as we enter a bit of a stalemate now between these 3 teams.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult to push in as well. And this is one of the choke points that you will see in towards the south side of this circle itself, just because of how limited resources there can be. And I like that there are teams that, especially North Esports now, they're going for this kind of early engagements. But the strategy coming from Reignite is just really, really smart. They're just taking advantage of the situation. They know that they bunkering down here, they are going to try and force a couple of utilities as well as kills potentially when they go in for this kind of third parties. But you can hear a lot of gunshots being made from Reignite, and because of that, teams are starting to dodge away. We do see a little bit of rotations coming from Gazer to try and dodge through this choke spot as well. And one of the best plays to be hunkering down some KPs. And in this case, Reignite, they're taking advantage of the situation, and they were able to get one successful third party and also build up their shields, which is going to be purple up on the screen as well. So they are going to be hoping to rack up a little bit more later on, and that's going to be a very, very interesting factor. However, up on screen, we do see action coming in as well with Revenant Esports getting completely bamboozled. Not exactly sure which team they're going to be fighting as well. We do see GB Wars right from the get-go. The PKs are going to be whiffed out from him. Lahim is trying his best, but the casting gas are starting to be a little bit annoying, and somehow they come up on top, and they still came up on top because of the casting gas. And my goodness, that was a good trade-off for them. But another side of the map as well, Northeast, we are seeing a lot of early engagements to try to whittle down the resources as well, trying to get a little bit more action from this kind of get-go. But oh, Daniel Alcado just getting completely bamboozled. Two-man rush as well by Charles the Clock, going for the PK pumps. He gets one pump, he gets two, and it's going to be a one-for-one trade-off from this get-go. It's going to be a match between Bomber Boys, but he doesn't exactly know where the last remaining member is. Is he going to go for the reset, or is he going to go for the thirst? It seems like he is going to try and go for a couple of thirsts, but it seems like he's also panicking, where he doesn't exactly know whether or not if he wants to actually go for this kind of armor swap. But like, it's 1v1, it's going to be a Valve versus a Valve, who's going to have the advantage as well. But we do see third parties coming in. Arkstar's also going to be connecting the door, but he's trying to thirst his own teammate. Bro, that's not the enemy, bro. That's your own teammate. You can't thirst him, but because of that small blunder, he is going to get completely run down by the devotion by X-Shady.
Just like that, SNG, they find themselves on the winning end of an engagement there. Bomber Boys, the aggressors, actually find themselves punished for it. Now, as we look over to that third party, what do they hope to do? Do they want to clean up, or are we going to see them give a little space, a little bit of chivalry to SNG? And, well, chivalrous gameplay is always appreciated to be seen. May not be the right option here, bearing in mind that SNG now have all these boxes to be able to loot up and prepare for the next engagement. I also want to highlight the effectiveness of the Valkyries there, to be able to sort of use their elevation to make teams potentially get a bit bamboozled.
Yeah, and it seems like that is going to be the scenario, right? Like, we do see, like, this is the choke spots that we're talking about when it comes to this kind of first circles, right? It's pretty balanced one, but there are just so very limited ones that come in. And because of that, we do see a lot of skirmishes as well. And look at this huge influx on the bottom right of the teams as well. We do see like 3 or 4 teams on the bottom right because of the initial engagement, the initial mind games that was played from Reignite down towards the south side entrance, north off towards Harvester, right? They were making so much noise there. Every single team kind of dodged them, and they were able to come on top. And because of this, in the macro aspect, they were forcing other teams to clash on towards the other side. And this is actually going to help them whittle down the numbers game when towards the next final circle. And because of this, this is going to be the battle that we are going to be seeing up on screen as of yet, where 4 teams are going to struggle to go in towards the next zone. But we do fortunately see from the side of Team Emmanuel a flatline charge rifle up on field ZXD, and he is going to be throwing for a couple of kills as well. This is the heavy bloodbath that I've been eyeing for as well. This macro aspect being set up from Reignite. Because of this, they are just going to get completely outbrained in this scenario.
You also need to keep an eye on Team Emmanuel, who have been in this area for quite a while. They're waiting, they're expecting a team to come and take a duel with them, and they've been blessed by that. They know the location of this team hunkered down in this building. The Bloodhound scan not quite seeing it.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what just happened? Seems like all right, seems like there is going to be a little bit issue there. I was expecting a little bit more high-end action pack, but seems like the action was just a little bit too good that the game is going to be ended right there and there. That was just a little bit unfortunate, remember. But yeah, we do see a little bit of a taste of the macro aspect, and a little bit of strategy has been made by several teams as well. I'm really looking forward to see how the next game is going to go. So we gave you guys a little bit teaser for you guys at home watching right now. That's going to be the teaser for you guys on how the games are going to be look like. So be sure to share the stream and let us know who you guys are going to be supporting there.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, we saw some serious aggression from Reignite. I hope that the reset isn't going to shake that confidence almost. Hopefully, we'll still see them try and force out gunfights. Hopefully, we'll still see them try and eliminate these teams before they're able to really get up to full power. Because once everyone does have the sort of purple and above shields, when everyone does have their weapons that they're kind of preferred, when they have the utility to back it up, pushing everyone becomes much harder. So Reignite, I think, embracing that and going as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, and it's just very very difficult to actually play or what how the maps itself, right? Well, we did see a little bit of Caustic, we did see a little bit of Wraith as well. I think Wraith is still I'm not a super big fan of it, but just because of how the layout is going to be in Wolves Edge itself, it is going to be bearable considering the terrains are a little bit closer to play with. We do see a lot of buildings to work around as well. We do see a lot of doors that they can take advantage. Maybe Wraith is going to be more suited in that scenario, but we are not going to be seeing a lot of those kind of heavy single rotations with Valkyrie brings to the table. And just now, especially when we talk about a macro aspect as well, Reignite was able to just shove four teams to just kind of rotate around them, and everyone's kind of stuck in the gazer, right? Valkyrie kind of excels in the kind of situations, but you have to have a certain vertical angle to actually rotate in with those kind of Valk outs, right? Like gazer has just such a huge terrain, even though you've got this free, I would say zip line jump, I would say jump tower on the middle, right? And even though you've got like a free one right there, rotating is going to be very, very difficult because it's not going to be above the mountains, right? So getting those proper advantage to actually walk out of those situations is gonna help them out a little bit those scenarios. But in that particular terrain, Valk outs are not gonna help you at all because the rocket terrain just completely blocks you. It's kind of like a no-fly zone. You bend off from the airport itself.
You're right, and I'm interested. I also want to kind of point out here, my heart does go out to Bomber Boys, who I think panicked a little bit. I don't know who it was, but they attempted to kill their own teammate twice when they were in that doorway there. But we'll see if they now have a chance to rescue.
I think it's not twice; it was three times. But yeah, I get
worse.
It was like you can see the desperation, right? I want to build up those armor swaps. I want to build up those utilities. You know, I want to block the doorway, and he was panicking. It was like. That's the thing about competition, right? Sometimes it's just so unexpected. You don't really see it. And sometimes in kind of CQC battle, you don't see your teammates in right in the door. And I think he was a little bit... I think there was a lot of spam pings for his teammates as well, which kind of messed up his decision, right? So these are the confusion. This is the chaos that Apex Legends bring to the table. And you can't call him a noob, right? Like, I wouldn't say he's a noob because if you want to compare with any other Battle Royale games, there's just so much chaos in Apex, and sometimes you can get lost in those kind of translations. So it makes a lot of sense, remember? It makes a lot of sense.
It really does. We're going to go to a quick break, but in return, we'll be able to do the rehost of Game 1, and you guys will be able to see who the true victor is. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just had to rehost Game 1 for reasons unknown to all of us. However, hopefully as we go back into it, we'll be able to complete the map and maybe we'll be able to see the likes of Reignite, the likes of Team Emmanuel, the likes of Revenant continue the success they had at least opening Game 1.
Yeah, that we did see a little bit of a remake as well. We did give you guys a little bit of teaser, right? The remake was intentional. We want to fix, we want to make sure the integrity of the gameplay is going to be very, very, very well in order for all the teams itself. We want fair gameplay for everyone. We give you guys a little bit of teaser, so we want to make sure that everyone has a fair chance to actually score some points as well as making it to the final moment. So we didn't exactly mess it up towards the top 5. So we gave a little bit of second chance at early stages, Gil, but all in all, we want to make sure that everyone is in the game, so we are going to be proceeding their way through. So we did give you guys a little bit of teaser on how the grand final is going to go. I hope you guys enjoyed. Be sure to upvote and like this video as well as also share the stream and bring up a couple of your Apex Legends lovers to actually witness some of these amazing games coming from Apex South. And I'm really liking the new integration as well. We did see a little bit of gloves on towards the cinematic view. We did see a little bit more map pressure. We did see a lot of rotations as well. So Grammar, I'm super excited to see who is going to be the first team to come up on top with the champion itself.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is going to be a really, really good game to watch. We've just found out it was due to a few player crashes. Hopefully we won't have that again, and I believe we should be able to go as the rest of this day without there being too many problems. But hey, at least they had tech issues instantly. At least we didn't have them right at the end. So this, so far, so good. It isn't a proper broadcast day without some form of error, so at least it was early. I see. Now that we've sort of seen the playstyle of each team here, do you think that we're going to see any adaptations from the teams that potentially died?
I don't think they're gonna be switching it up a little bit more. Sometimes it's more like it's a little bit unlucky. We did see a little bit of mistakes here and there. I don't think they would switch up their comp map 1. Probably map 2, map 3, map 4 onwards. It's where they will switch it up a little bit more. I don't think we will see Lobas a little bit more, especially in this map. The loots are pretty diverse, so it's not really a place where you don't have enough loots. Maybe King's Canyon, maybe Storm Point, we would see a potential Loba gameplay. But all in all, I feel like it all comes down to execution, right? It's do you play the macro aspect of the game? Do you play like Circle 1? Do you play like Circle 2? Or do you focus on just playing in the side circles, right? I think Ultimate Noob did bring up a very, very good point like a couple days as well. Like there are some teams that prioritize on side circles. There are some teams that prioritize center circles. I think hunker down strat comps like Caustic comps or Watson comps, they are gonna be going for what I would say center circle positions rather than side ones. Side ones is going to be like what Valk GB and then possibly maybe an Ash as well, maybe Valk GB and then like a Caustic. They do have the element of like having, as long as you have a GB and a Valk, all the things goes well, right? It's all just finding about the right location and then just coming down the truth. So today's games are going to be Wolves Edge and Storm Points all throughout the entirety of the game. So I don't know. The difference between Wolves Edge and Storm Points is going to be like really, really huge. Wolves Edge is a little bit like a hit or miss. Some plays are like long range, some plays is just mid range. And it's, I think 60-70%, we are going to be seeing a lot of close to mid range kind of CQ combat. Whereas Storm Points, you are going to see like a lot of sniping and a little bit less in terms of resources. So in that scenario, I think maybe we are going to see like a potential Loba, or like maybe one game out of many, but it's going to be very risky because it's a comp that you are going to be relying on just zoning people out. So I don't know. I hope to see it, but I don't know what to be expecting. So I feel like it's just the traditional comps coming from Wolves Edge itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to have to see in just a moment because our game will be ready shortly. Now, going into this, we're going to put you on the spot here a bit, I see. Straight out prediction, who do you think's winning the whole thing?
Ooh, I don't know. Like, based on the movements just now, based on the minimap, I don't have a lot of information. I honestly think Reignite should stand a very, very good chance, right? I don't know. Like, based on the stats, I'm a big fan of Jambutter. I really like what Reignite is doing as well. They did clutch out a very, very big W early on in the start of the game. So I feel like overall track record wise, I think Reignite should have a very, very decent chance to win it all. But like I said, in battle royales, in Apex Legends, you know, anything can happen. No matter how good you are, one wrong armor swap, one wrong misplays, one less of a bullet, one ping difference, one no rec can completely dumpster your entire gameplay. So mental fortitude also comes into its aspect as well. You know, not tilting, not getting enraged, not getting aggrieved upon as well. It's going to be something in a factor. So the grieving aspect of the game is something that I want to see a little bit more, but I don't have enough information to tell. But stat record wise, I think Reignite's the safer choice to just pick out of all the team. You know, I'm just gonna play it safe. You know, remember, I'm not just gonna spice things out a little bit too crazy for now.
Well, you say Reignite, I say Revenant. I personally am actually a big fan of how these guys have been playing their qualifiers. Bearing in mind that they're a team that have been really, really effective at taking fights that are so quick they just couldn't have an option to be third-partied. They're really, really good at close range, and when you do get to sort of this 4th and 5th ring, point blank is almost the only thing you work with. So I think for Revenant, the longer they're in a game, the better off they actually are. We saw in our 3rd day of qualifiers yesterday, the reason Revenant weren't doing great, or our 2nd day, sorry, the reason Revenant weren't doing great was because they kept getting shut down early. They weren't able to use their kind of critical capacity. They weren't able to get to their comfort zone, and it was something that came back to punish them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? The grieving aspect of the game. Sometimes there are days that you are at the top of the mountain. There are sometimes that you just get completely dumpstered upon, and it just makes it so very difficult to actually play the game, right? I agree. CQCs are going to be a lot of XY. We got to see the GB domes, the shotgun pumps, maybe even the Agent strafe as well, the Neo strafes here and there. I don't think we are going to see too much coming from the Reignite, considering that they are controller players as well. They are going to be able to beam you across in this kind of CQC actions. But when it comes to movement, I agree that maybe they do have the slight upper edge coming from Revenant Esports when it comes to movement techs like the Neo strafe, the hyper jumps, and etc., the wall bounds and yada. But that's the thing, right? I've seen Gem Button, you know, how the hell do you do tap strafes? How do you move like that on a controller? It seems like seemingly impossible, but that's the question, right? There are players that are really, really so good to a point. They've played enough on the controller that they can make some of the movement techniques work. And I think when it comes to Revenant Esports, like I believe Fat Monster, the coach coming from Revenant Esports, he does play on a controller at one point, and he did have experience playing in Pred Lobby, so he does have a little bit of when it comes to game sense to actually guide them on what they need to be focusing on when it comes to the macro aspect of the game. And so far, I think in the first game, it is we did see. I think I was able to actually pay attention to Ring. I saw we didn't see too much yet, so it's hard to describe what kind of adaptations is going to be happening. And hopefully with this first game, they are going to be able to learn from it into this first match, official first match of the Rise of Legion APAC South Asia Grand Finals.
We are about to get started, and for me, I cannot wait to see some of the more unique agents come out. We said we wanted to see the likes of Newcastle, the likes of Mad Maggie, even furthermore, anyone else who might be one of these legends who you don't often see. But I'm very interested to see what place they'll have in our early rings. The likes of Mad Maggie, incredible when you're down to your 4th or 5th ring, but it's all planning for the future. What sort of agents are we going to see that are going to have their prevalence in the early game? Let's head into game, though. It's enough speculation, I see. It's time for combat. It's time for war. It's time to find out who will be able to take game 1.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. And once again, this is going to be a completely new game here in the Grand Finals, game number 1. Remake has been made, and now the flag pipe is going to be coming from the northeast section of the map itself. So I think it's going to be a little bit more balanced. Didn't exactly see too much of the map yet, but yep, as soon as we say it, it is going to be the northeast section here, a pretty middle crosswinds as well. But there are going to be a couple of teams that are going to be struggling on towards launch side 3 as well as the dome. So it's going to be a little bit of a long stretch. Hopefully the circle doesn't shift down towards the north side, because that is going to be a huge rotation coming in from them. But as of yet, we do see a little bit of contest potentially later on here, Kramer.
You're right, and look, judging by it, we're not going to see too much early combat. I'm surprised actually that countdown has mainly been avoided from Revenant here. Something that Revenant were doing in their qualifiers was just sending 3 players all to different parts of the map, and they all got just supreme loot from it. This case, though, a lot more reserved, a lot more passive, realizing the pressure that is going to come with taking fights so early on. Elsewhere, the main point I want to really watch out for here is how Thermal Station is going to be held. Because it is within this zone, it's going to be such a power point to own.
Oh my goodness, this circle is going to be a very, very difficult situation to actually play as well. It's kind of similar to Fragment. The difference is there are a little bit less in terms of strategic points to be gatekeeping, right? Like just now, I think map number 1, I think the previous remake map was a good vantage to talk about, right? The watchtower down towards the south of Fragment. It's a good place to be actually hunkering down. But Fragment East, it seems like there is, sorry, not Fragment East, in the northwest area as well, there is going to be a little bit of a contest coming from Skyhook. And BRP, they are gonna wipe off PROJECTXXX from the get-go. This is a huge W from the get-go. 3 KPs across the board for BRB.
To do that so quickly as well, there was no real way to... There was no real way for PROJECTXXX to react. And that's the first time, actually, I've seen the new Valkyrie, like, heirloom be held out for an extended period of time. That is a terrible weapon. It's gonna break. The second you try and stab something, those 2 prongs at the end are just gonna break.
I don't know, man. Like,
that's you know, you start facing backwards.
You know, for me, it's like heirloom is cool and all, but there has been movement issues where the heirloom can be at a disadvantage when it comes to rotations. But EXO Clan, right from the get-go, they are heading to the south side, so we do see a little bit of harassments across from teams. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to pushing down towards the south side of the map, right? From the get-go, it's so far from jump towers, you are going to be succumbed to a couple of chip damage here. And right from the get-go, they are giving away free value damage for those Evo shields to whoever actually sniped them.
I'm very surprised that there wasn't actually a follow-up there, because EXO, I believe 2 players got on the verge of being cracked. At that point, I'd have expected to see another team push them. But not the case here. Instead, EXO Clan are given free roam to not only recuperate, but more importantly, to loot a bit more and start actually gearing up quite significantly now.
You know, based on this current circle as well, I did catch a glimpse, and on the top left of the minimap as well, the second circle for us, you know, as a casters, we are going to be able to tell where the next swing is going to be. So it seems like it is going to be shifting onto the east side of Thermal Station. So they are going to be very, very limited places where you can be hunkering down. The mountain terrains, the tunnels are going to be a good rat spot for some of these teams. But Thermal Station is going to be great if you're going to be able to be in the middle of it all. So teams do tend to want to lead on as well, especially if you have those kind of caustic compositions. But based on this circle, they are going to be shifting out of that zone. So I like the decision that they do want to wait a little bit before they actually make the next move, right? So having those kind of recons are going to be able to help you give that upper edge on repositioning later on. But Team Burger now, one of the southern approaches, well, they are going to take the mountain terrain path, and they're still deciding whether or not if they want to go for the tree push or they don't want to go live vision. But we do see Spitfires being sprayed across the map, trying to farm those Evo shields. But what is this? Down to the south side, seems like there is going to be a huge contest of teams right from the get-go. 2 teams just poking around, going to farm away a couple damage. There is a couple level 1 lights, and it seems like it is going to be the fight to be in as of now, as the chaos is about to break down.
Both side, they already lose a player, however, they do have space. The Gibby shield was able to go down before the Gibby was, or before the caustic was quelled, so you do have room to hold, and that's ATH actually to be finished off. Despite that Gibby shield, they're able to get a bit of space with Team Burger. They're here for the third party. Point blank, the Gibby taken down. The Caustic also falling very low on HP, but is going to survive. The thirst on to the Gibby is going to cause an instant death. The rest of Team Burger, do they continue to fight? Remember, this team that they just pounced on was already pummeled, was already bruised and battered. But no, for Team Burger, 1 is enough. They'll leave this family fragmented, and that will be their... That'll be their final say on the matter.
Oh my goodness, I feel so bad for ATH, man. Like they could have actually come up on top, but because they were grieved from the get-go, and the ones that reap the reward is gonna be Burger, and it's just so unfortunate to see this kind of thing happens. But sometimes, you know, stuff happens. You know, you want to get a good vantage point and you get grieved on. It's just very unfortunate, and that's the beauty of, that's the reason why teams just don't want to go for the full fledged fight, and they want to wrap things up as quickly as they can. They don't go for the GG push unless they know that they have the upper hand. And once they go for the push, they need to wrap out the fight within 6 seconds or risk getting third party. And that was the scenario. They took too long and they just got completely dumpstered by Burger.
You're right here, and now for a pretty difficult position from anyone who rotates to the high ground here. Yes, the high ground advantage is significant in this game, but when there's no cover, you are going to be at the mercy of these rampages, of these Spitfires, of any high LMG fire rates. And Charles the Clerk, or the Clark, from quite a range is good for the first. However, after being cracked, Bomber Boys, they lose their final player, but BRP, they're in danger of being third party tier. BRP now is down to the lone man, it's down to your Crypto.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplaced coming in from BRP. They will lose player K in the process on the GB Pro just because they had the late rotation zone. But it is only the first circle zone. But what they did not expect was that they were getting gate-kicked from the get-go and getting griefed as well. I'm really surprised that Clark was gonna take the attempt to actually grief them, considering he was the only player left. He could have just played rat his way through, but I think he needed those resources to actually come out on top. So that's just gonna be them taken out of the equation.
Now, further utility yet to be expended for BRP here. So they actually they're staying in the ring for a good while here, I see. I'm surprised we're not seeing that rotation. And you actually look at this ring now. Look how many teams are still stuck around the northern part of the map here in either survey camp, or we have a lone player who's just in the middle of these tunnels and nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's gonna be a potential rat his way. He's gotta rat his way through, and that's the downside of having a numbers game, right? If you don't have the numbers push through, it's gonna be difficult as well, especially when towards this second circle. Pay attention to the northeast sector, right? Especially the next phase zone. There is pretty much blocked off into a choke spot between Landslide as well as Harvester, so there are not a lot of rotations you can work with, and you want to tentatively save up those valve outs before you hit towards the zone. So for them to use it right early on, they potentially need those ultimate accelerants before they actually push in. And now with the circle shifting down even further south, this is not looking good for Team BRP, because that is going to be a long stretch for them to actually make it to the next phase of zone, and they might actually get gatekept by a lot of teams. But what we do know from the mini map is that there's not a lot of teams gatekeeping them towards Harvester, but they don't know that, so they are going to take a long push before they actually make it to the next phase of zone. Kremer.
Yeah, absolutely right, I see. And as we enter this next phase, I'm really interested to see what team is going to be taking a fight. Bear in mind, HAIWAAN, they're in such a good position to catch out anyone who has to avoid this zone. But in the same breath, will they be better off hiding, hunkering down, and holding this building while they wait to see what our third ring will be? It's all going to be down to calculated spots of decision making here. Zero, one of the players of Reignite, spotted out. And it looks like for Reignite, this is a bit of a chokehold there, sort of sitting in there, waiting to see if any team's going to approach them or try and cross. It's an ambush. Laid like a coiled viper.
Yeah, this is exactly why I like Reignite, right? They understand which spots I have the power spots in this circle, and currently they are on top of this train station west of the tree, which is a very good spot to rotate in this circle, because wherever the circle shifts, teams are going to struggle to push up those high hills and also rotate towards the east side or maybe in the west side of the circle. So they understand that that is the best possible spot to rotate before the next phase of the circle, and it's just really smart that they understand how strong and how valuable this kind of positions is. And you can see they're trying all their best to solidify their spot and not give an inch, and they are already gatekeeping one, and they also down one. They're looking to thirst onto his Dewa from Rieko. He's got the Ignite Incinerator as well. Zero is looking to go finish him off. He finds a pixel. He wants to farm up those KPs. He seems like he's gonna re-engage with that fight, as Dewa is gonna try his best to actually pick him up. And this is where you talked about it as well, Kramer. They managed to get the turns onto easy, so that's going to be KPs coming from Reignite, but still, in that scenario, that would be a perfect scenario for a Newcastle to save his buddy.
Yeah, absolutely right. And what I'm interested in is how the Newcastle's going to be able to react, bearing in mind that you're still in a you're still in a fairly uncomfortable position. You're still kind of on the high ground here. Your Newcastle doesn't have the space to make any form of fortification, and you don't need to move to the zones. So Newcastle now becomes a bit of a almost useless legend until you're forced to relocate.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's one of the best hunkering down, but when it comes to, you know, our open space views, which tentatively in Apex you do face in that scenarios, and I don't know, like it's very difficult what is the right meta for each current map, because the pros are also going to be figuring out as it goes. But seems like Emmanuel, they do find a very, very good advantage for themselves for the next phase of zone. But as of yet, we do hear a lot of resurrections from excited maps, and this is the beauty of our crypto, right? Getting a free rest here and there, but you are tentatively giving away free KPs across the board, so it's all about playing it safe for now.
I quite like how Emmanuel positioned here. The high ground has become such an important thing over the course of these games. I actually don't really want to see them forego it, to be honest. They've got such a strong position here. You're on the side of the zone, so you know you're not going to get flanked. I actually much rather see them go up higher. I love this.
Wait a minute. This is interesting coming from A-Flow. I was expecting that vantage point to actually bounce him off by the map, but he's able to take advantage and gather information from it, and he's abusing those kind of, I would say, I don't know, the wall taps, wall jumps, but I don't remember the right term for it, but he's taking advantage of so much information. But let's take a look at how the circle is going to be shifting in, because from the north side, we do see teams already rotating in. Reignite to reposition their high ground. They're contesting towards the houses on the northwest of Thermal Station, and they are still gatekeeping the tunnels. They don't want any rats hiding their way through, but up on screen, DNZ, they're going to force a fight right now down to the south side.
Be a lot more utility being dropped as the rotation. DNZ has to be very careful, has to be very wary of the damage that could be oncoming. HAIWAAN elsewhere get eliminated. For DNZ now, this is their building. It's one they need to hold. I don't want to see them maybe overextend here and force out another fight before they're fully equipped. Bearing in mind, there could very well be players on the other side of this position. For now, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a stalemate, a bit of a quiet before the storm here, I see. And something I'm interested in, something that surprised me actually, is that we haven't seen very many Valkyrie ults so far. A lot of teams have just been rotating on foot. A lot of teams have just been walking to their destination rather than using the Miracle of Flight.
Yo, that's the thing about outs, right? You want to save it up for the right crucial moments, and Ultimate Accelerant may not be a big value for us pop players, right? When it comes to competitive game, every single second counts, especially when it comes to rotation. So you have to save it up as much as they can before finding the right angle. You need those kind of vision control as well as a map control before things happen. And currently DreamFire, even though they've got a pretty decent comp, but they don't exactly have a very, very good support. You can see there are just so many angles that can actually punish them with those kind of point pixel shots. That's why they have no choice but to save up the resources. And on top of it all, look at this. Ono has only got like 60 heavy ammo on his flatline, so they can't risk going for this kind of battle of attrition from the get-go. But on this terrain as well, we do see EMP is going to be baiting out shields. They are going to completely disrupt the fight. As you can see, A-Flow and Asia is going to be forced to drop to the low ground. They are going to concede high ground from the get-go. But Starving Flame, he's a little bit in off angle. He's got the full shields, but his health is a little bit low. So any caustic gas is going to completely mess up his gameplay. And this is the beauty of what Valkyrie does, right? Pushing them off those high ground and completely throw them off guard. And BRP, even though they were late to the party, now with 1 second left on the clock and the circle pushing in, they have no choice but to go in for a risky gamble, walk out, scout out the situation, and find a good spot to go in. They're paying towards the houses on the southeast corner, but there is already a team there in this vicinity, so they have a rough idea where the rest of the teams are, but they need to force drop somewhere. But as of yet, another team down to west as well. SNG is also going to be fighting against NXL as of yet. They are going to be contesting the northwest side of these wall train tracks, where a little bit of pit stops are coming his way. NSL is going to be conceding his way through. They are going to be forced to push in towards Lava Vision very, very shortly. The tree very, very shortly. But looks like they are going to bail out the situation and also Valk out. So SNG, they will hunker down. They are a spot for now.
They get the hell out of dodge. SNG, they also get a very much little compound at the top of the northernmost side of the ring. The only team that could have contested them was DNZ there, who just left. So now SNG have free reign to go and third party anyone in the center of the zone, and they can do so from the comfort of not just the high ground, but also the range they're going to be able to use here as well. Really, really strong position here, and it's going to be a matter of other teams having to either prevent them from getting to the zone or find a way to third party them, because there's no way you can take the daylight fight with them.
Well, chaos is about to break down. We're down towards the final 12 squads, and on top of it all, 1 minute on the clock. The circle is going to be shifting towards the west side of Tree, and it's going to be very, very difficult. It seems like I said as well, the terrain up top towards the train stations is going to be a very, very good spot to be in, especially when every team is going to be running their way through. But oh, a big nade hits BRP. They are going to be expending their utilities even more, as BRP, they've got a couple of KPs, but seems like it's going to be a snipe down happening as of yet. But they don't have much time. Look at this. They've got 40 seconds left, and they need to make a run for it. They don't have the GB out for this. They still have the dome, but they eventually need to figure a way to push into the next phase circle. But they're still trying to get a little bit upper edge. They want to potentially down one guy and then try and take advantage of rotation. But as of now, they are going to be sandwiched as of yet, especially coming from the team. Look at this DNC on the bottom right as well. Dewa right in the middle. EXO on the left side. Reignite on the north side of this next phase of circle. They are going to be seeing a lot of gatekeep spread across the map as of yet, Kramer.
Dewa are in such a strong position right now. They're going to be, they're winning this game unless someone can force them out of position now. EXO, luckily for them, no one else is going to be challenging them because the main kerfuffle, the main combat is going to be at the northern side of this map. We're going to be seeing so many players. Revenant as well, look how passive they're being. Actually going for the Valkyrie ult just to try and reposition here, as will BRP. Everyone takes to the skies here, but a lot of damage done as they ascend. Strafing flame,
the
zone to be down. He's going to be so low on HP, but he's just about able to get away. However, it's on the re-entry as you leave the stratosphere. What happens then? For now, there's still going to be these caustic traps making havoc for Emmanuel, who is trapped on the low ground. So much damage being done to them, not given a chance to heal. Desperately trying to get out these Phoenix kits, but the damage just keeps coming.
Oh my goodness, this is a disaster for them as well. This is why you don't want to be in this spot without GB domes, and right now they don't have a GB. You can see Finzo is struggling to heal up, but he eventually gets popped off. So many angles to completely throw them off guard as they edge into the next phase of the zone. But fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of angles, but for how long? 1 minute 20 seconds left, and they are gonna get gatekeeped, and they need to be forced out in the open on the west side of this next phase of circle. 11 squads left, and you see everyone's trying to break down. They're trying an upper edge to try and whittle down those numbers, but as you can see now with the rampage, he doesn't have the charge up yet coming from A-Flow. He wants to go for the bush, but the GB don't stops him, and he needs to back off, and he's gonna get beamed across because the caustic gas connects on him, and that is gonna be his downfall. As Emmanuel is gonna have Asia left all by himself. He's gonna try and make a little bit more armor swap to try and play the placement points, but now he's gonna go for a couple of trades, but he's so very low. He got the Prowler, he's got the flat line, but does he have the ammunition? Yes, he does, but he's gonna try and force a pickup on A-Flow as he scares them all, but this is gonna be difficult, Kramer. This is gonna be difficult for him to push his way through with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Look at this. He's going for this kind of DG that trap plays. He wants to force the issue. He needs to wipe out this team before he can make the next play. But that's just so hard. The third parties from afar just couldn't stop him. Abroad and Asia, he finally gets taken down, and now DF finally takes the opportunity to ape the game. 20 seconds left. They have to wrap this up, and DF, they will come on top, but for how long? They are on the furthest end of the circle. They need to make the run for it. DreamFire, they need to run across the map, and they don't have the utilities to do so. They have to welcome, but they have the health. Seems like they need to make a run for it. But Reignite, they're on top of this mountain. They are the gatekeepers of this game, and they will shut down everyone. They will force everyone out of the zone. Sharky holding down those GB outs here before the next zone, but they are gonna play the reset and play it safe now with 7 squads left on this map.
Oh, the Valkyrie looking for a way to rotate here. I love this from Reignite. They realize that this is such a tough position to work your way out of. Either someone's on the high ground or you need to be on the high ground here. Elsewhere, north side, taken down. DreamFire, the third parties of our last fight, and now going to look to push into NXL, also wielding some remnants of a high ground play here. Elsewhere, Revenant being harassed by BRP. BRP lose a player, losing 2. It's down to the 1v1 for the Gimme. Bearing in mind, this Gimme's already killed 2. This is actually perfect. BRP get eliminated. It was down to a 1v3. by the Gibby, but he survives, gets the armor swap, tries to avoid it, but he's is it too much? So low on HP, no way to hide, no way to run, but elsewhere DreamFire coming to the party. Somehow this has allowed him to survive a bit longer, but not for much longer. DreamFire also taking down the third party attempt is going to be cancelled out. Now it's down to Reignite. What can they hope to do? Do they get the say in the matter? Do anyone push Revenant, who somehow have survived that ordeal?
Beautiful stuff coming from Reignite. They've been waiting patiently for the strike and they got on top, and now they're currently in the top 4 and they realize they've got the damage done. And guess what? The next fatal circle is going to be shifted right in the middle wall, and look at this, they're zoning them off. The GBs on the north side, they do keep things alive for now, and there was beautiful plays coming from RNT. They were able to edge with those knockdown shields and to get a little bit of corner. So we're down towards the final final 3 teams. It is going to be between Reignite, NXL, and RNT in this final 3, and the circle seems to be favoring Reignite a little bit more. NXL still stuck in the zone, and they realize that the only team that has the disadvantage in this position, it is going to be NXL, and it seems like they are going to try and force out of the zone in this final circle.
A lot of damage done to Revenant there. He peaked out 0, also falling very low. The whole of Reignite actually falling pretty low on HP there. However, they are going to be given the space to med up and get back and get re-established. The bubble's still available for this Gibby, and that is going to be such a huge difference making out. These caustic traps are going to be the death of so many players. However, there is no proper gunfight engaged with yet. Revenant, they peek out, they take a lot of shield damage. For the time being, though, it's friendly Gibby canisters or friendly caustic canisters that are going to be able to buy a bit of space. It's going to be NXL being pushed by Reignite. They're going to be so careful. Death is ready to rain down from above here.
Oh my goodness, a big shot coming from Big Z. He's got only 25 seconds before his GBL. He doesn't have GBL to actually zone out Reignite. So Reignite, they're doing a fantastic job at surviving, but RNT and NXL, they understand who they need to take down, and that's gonna be Reignite. They need to shove them out of this high ground before they go in for push, and you can see the caustic gets already zoning of the NXL, and Big Z, he almost gets taken out, but he needs to heal up. The zone is etching in. Reignite, they might force the push, but at the same time, stopping the trap is gonna be RNT, but big RNT, they take down BZ, so it's gonna be a 2v2v3. Reignite, they still survived, and they still got the numbers advantage. They're taking each other down. They finally, the third party's completely messed them off guard, but look at this, Zero, he's holding down some well out. He wants to play those kind of placements coming from Reignite. The sprays comes in, and Sharky takes down another member from the NXL. Down to his, it's gonna be a full white, it's gonna be a 3v1, and Reignite, they come out on top, win the champion play, beautiful macro plays, and that is gonna be game 1 in the hands of Reignite. With Gem Button on top of it all. My god, what a game.
Rightfully so. That was a hell of a game from Reignite, and what I really loved from them there was how calculated those fights were. They absolutely just waited. They waited and waited and waited, and then the second they saw the opportune moment to be able to jump on a team, they just descend on a team like vultures to a fresh carcass, and a lot of the time they left with a fresh carcass. A really, really strong game there, and now as they made a statement to the rest of the teams in playoffs, how'd you beat it?
Yo, that was a crazy fight, man. Like, I did not expect, like, Reignite, they played it so smart, and it was very, very difficult to play the zone. But I like the adaptation coming from NXT and as well as the other team, right? They realized that Reignite, they need to work together to shove them out down. But what completely threw them off guard was the duo squads up north actually got a knock onto the south side, which gave the numbers advantage into his Reignite, and because of that, they played it so well. But that's just, you hate to see moments like this, but sometimes, you know, it's just, you know, a little bit of desperation. If you're a little bit too desperate, you get those KPs, you get one knock, but can you secure those points? Can you win the placement games? Can you get those champions? And it's just really unfortunate, but still, I feel like it's still a big win for the North team, considering they were a duo squad. They were able to get a top 2 placement. Still a pretty big W for them. But in case you guys are just tuning in from at home, this is going to be the Rise of Legends highlights for the South APAC Grand Finals day #1 as of now.
Honestly, there are a lot of highlights, so I'm not surprised to be seeing these. And something I'm really interested in is, particularly for Reignite, is how much damage were they able to do in the early game, because we saw that they were dominant in the late game. If they were able to get a few kills in the early game, then they're topping the leaderboard by quite a distance. However, for me, it was Revenant actually who had quite a presence in our first couple of rings.
I definitely agree. Revenant, they played this well, especially in this final moment as well. Lahim was taking advantage of that knockdown shield, and he should have died so many times. He was able to get the armor slot in time, the knockdown shield being protected, you know, just keeping him alive to get those placement points. And that's just how crucial this kind of scenarios is. Use every little bit of utilities to keep things going. And I'm not gonna lie, Revenant, they understand that they cannot shove Reignite. They took as much possible these to actually come on top, and the best possible play for them was to get top 2, and they were able to get top 2 because I would say they took advantage of Reignite's position to take down the guys on the right side. So all in all, it's still a big W, and we did talk about both these teams, Reignite and Revenant, being the most relevant teams coming in the grand finals. You siding on a little bit on Revenant, and me on Reignite. And guess what? Both of the teams in the top 2 in the current first game. So I'd say it's a pretty big W. You know, I'm glad we both did our homework watching across all the group stages for all the teams itself.
As far as caster predictions go, we could probably end the tournament here. So thank you everyone for watching. Please don't go, we'll get in so much trouble. But it's just when we bring up the scoreboard, we'll be able to see just how well Revenant and Reignite were able to do. And it's these early round kills, I think. It's these kind of few kill points that are going to be the true difference maker in these two teams. Now, Reignite have built a little bit of a reputation for being the aggressive team, the hunters, the ones who will maraud around the map and just mug people. However, we'll have to see if Revenant have been able to take a leaf out of their book and do that, and do it to that same degree of success.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, because there was a pretty interesting composition, but it felt like the comms didn't exactly do to matter when it comes to which legend is the better draft, right? It all came down to who has the better position and who has the better read of the map. And I feel like Reignite played it very, very smart. They shifted a couple of times down towards the high grounds of the vicinity. It's one of the strongest points to be in, where in this kind of undecisive circles, whether it shift left or whether it shifting on the right side. Whereas we did see, I think a lot of teams kind of struggle whether or not should they be staying on towards the trees vicinity, onto the outer open. There's just so many windows or cracks, and if you don't have a GB comp, you don't have any kind of rotations, you are going to get messed up. We did see early on, I think, a Bloodhound, a Valk, as well as, I think, a very... I can't remember what the legend was. There was no GB in that comp. There was just getting completely shut down by every third parties from across. But as of now, up on screen, this is going to be the match 1 standings here in Grand Finals. Reignite taking the top spot with placements of 12 kills as well as 11 KPs, solidifying you at 23 points as of yet, followed by Revenant Esports on second place, 15 points total garnered. Team Burger on third place here with 11 points, WolfPack 10 points, BRP 9 points, Northside Esports 9 points, DreamFire on 7th place with 7, DNZ 7, Emmanuel 5, and Dewa United Esports on 10th place with 4 points only.
I mean, Reignite, they just popped off, didn't they? I think it's what we were both expecting secretly from Reignite, to just show up, kill everyone. If it moves, it dies. If it dies, they move on. And for Revenant, bear in mind, the other team here that has done surprisingly badly was DreamFire. Going into playoffs, Revenant and DreamFire were tied for second place with 115 total points. The fact that we've gone into game 1, Revenant have kept their form, but DreamFire have looked a lot more shaky, is raising a few alarm bells for me.
I think DreamFire, they tried the best of their situation, right? Like, I think they kind of bowed out around like 6th or 7th place, and based on the placement points as well. And the team that they were contesting, and they realized how important that spot was against Reignite, who's on top of the tunnel mountain on the west side. And they realized that that is the best spot to actually get the champion. If they were able to get the full wipe on Reignite, then they might have been the champion by the end of the game. So it was I would say it's a risk that they needed to take. And they realized that in that circle itself, that was the strongest point. If you're able to get that spot, you're gonna come on top. And eventually Reignite did. Not to, you know, it's set for DreamFire. So I think it's more like, sometimes it's all about luck. Sometimes it's all a little bit skill. I felt like it was a necessary play, even though they didn't do too well. I still think in the mental capacity and their macro play, they're still on form to actually cut it out, because this is a battle of attrition. This is a battle of stamina. There's going to be 12 games to come. One bad game doesn't result of you getting knocked out yet. So there's going to be more games to come, especially here in the Grand Finals, day 1 here today and tomorrow itself. So the question remains is that, are they going to be able to maintain the form and not tilt from a little bit misplaced. And I don't think it was a wrong play coming from them to actually shove Reignite. And I think if it was any other team that Reignite, maybe they could have actually come on top, just maybe. But I don't know. You know, it's just a lot of hit and misses. I'm just pulling off speculations here and there. But game one's ended. That's the result. It's concluded. That's out of the way. I'm looking forward to see how game 2 is going to be.
I'll see how game 2 will be just after this quick break. We'll be back shortly.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
Welcome back to the Rise of Legends Rise of Legion Apex Legends. I knew we were going to mess up that title at some point. Of course, we just saw Reignite, our favourites of the tournament, take map 1 with Revenant snapping at their heels every step of the way. We're going to have to see if Revenant are going to be able to overtake this speedy-eyed race car in the form of Reignite as we go into map 2 of 6 for today. However, I can't talk you through this alone. I'm your caster Kramer 3, and I'm joined by the beautiful Icy Baby 12.
Peace out, brother. And I'm going to be excited to see more games to come as well, because game 1 was a pretty good opening as well. Even though we had a little bit of a remake from game number 1, we did get a little bit teaser. But guess what? Hey, the official game 1 was not really a disappointment as well when it comes to matches as well. So I'm looking forward to see whether are we going to see a little bit more interesting plot twist, because we are going to be starting off game number 2 very shortly. And I believe the map is going to be in the map of Storm Point. So it is going to be more long-range battles instead of this kind of mid to CQC battles, which we did see early on today in World's Edge here, Kramer.
Something that has surprised me is we haven't seen any Krabers pretty much all tournament. We've had the emergence of kind of 1 or 2, but over what has been 15 maps played, I'm so surprised that we haven't really been seeing teams maybe even beeline for them. Maybe they'll do so in this map though, because we're about to dive into map 2, where we're going to be able to see if Reignite are going to keep that throne, if they can go for the twofer, or if Revenant will be able to stop them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like the Kraber is in the gray area in this current meta, right? Because ever since they increased the damage reduction on towards helmets, especially who those like, if you've got like a blue, if not mistaken, a blue helmet and with a blue armor, you're not gonna get that one-shot potential anymore compared to back in the days. And it's the same could be said for the wingman headshot. So it's just a little bit of a bummer. Maybe, you know, pro teams, they are starting to adapt and stray away from it, which it kind of makes sense. But what I do know is that map 2 is on the way, and this is going to be the flight path as of now for the northeast section heading towards the west corner of Shipfall. So a pretty balanced flight path for all the teams, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes down. But as of yet, we do see the northwest section. We are going to see a little bit of contest coming towards the wall, Kramer.
That we are, and the wall, bear in mind, is usually quite a common area to have engagements with. But that being said, as we've kind of alluded to, our early games have been so quiet, apart from one lone map yesterday. Since then, it has been so quiet. And actually, looking at DreamFire, is that a separate... Never mind, it's the same spirits, just you pull out the parts that stick out. You pull out, like, the 2 trident parts. What a terrible design!
I don't know what to say about that, man.
The tips of it point forward, so the second you try and put that into someone, those tips are breaking off.
I don't know much about, you know, whether or not the kill potential, but what I do know is that maybe, you know, if you want to stab one, you want to have as many edges as possible to do maximum amount of damage when you actually pull off with the spear, I guess. You know, you hit it, and then when you pull it out, this is where you gut him from the insides, if that makes sense. But
even then, it's normal spear does that anyway.
I don't know. I've never seen one. I've never tried it. I've never been stabbed before, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, based on the current zone as of yet, we do see a little bit contest down to a shipfall. Seems like Revenant Esports is gonna go for the hunt, as we did see a little bit of skirmish coming in. Seems like Revenant gonna be taking from the high ground off towards the shipfall to go for a very cheeky off angle, as Belcon is gonna try and lay the drop on them, as they are going to be hiding down towards the underskies of the shipyard as well. Good crack coming in from Revenant Esports as of now, as they are going to try and wrap up the fight. The group looking for the knock. Doesn't seem to be able to do so, but it seems like they don't exactly know where Belcon is coming from, because they will drop down from above and they are going to get completely aped on, as Bomber Boys losing a big margin of their health, and they just get completely wiped out by Revenant Esports.
This is the Revenant we wanted to see. Aggression, forcing out fights, taking early fights as well, and eliminating teams off the bat. What it means is that they're going to be able to establish themselves. They're going to be able to get into a position where they can force a fight with anyone, regardless of equipment, a lot sooner than the rest of this lobby, which is just going to make them even more aggressive. The snowball effect is very much a thing at Apex, and right now, Revenant, they've just pushed it over the crest of the hill.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I've never knew that you can actually make a play from that angle, because it's just so hard to actually pull from the high ground as well. But for them, what was really smart coming from Revenant Esports is that they had Balkun go down first. And you could see that he was a little bit hesitant to drop down full drop. He wanted to try and bait out aggressions, but what I did not expect was that Bomber Boys not knowing that he's going to be flanking from there, and they let him get the full drop without getting the punish, and he was able to get so much value in terms of trade-off. So I would say that was a big W coming from Revenant Esports, getting the drop on towards Bomber Boys.
That's a very early ult from ATH as well, to very early height of Alco, to maybe only get to a position which is going to be fought for anyway. They've spotted out their opposing team. Question now is, do they dive to attack, or do they dive to take cover and loot as much as they can? DreamFire are the targets. I think that's a hell of a team to fight with, and DreamFire already know where this attack is coming from. They now have got ATH just pinned in this building.
Well, seems like both teams, DreamFire as well as ATH, is going to have each a nut for themselves. So that's going to be the left nut and the right nut secured. As DreamFire, they are going to have a little bit bigger in terms of nuts. 2 nuts is better than 1 in this scenario, as they are going to be looking a little bit more angles. However, considering that this is going to be an offside as well, they need to wrap up this fight as quickly as they can, because we are going to be expecting a lot of long-range fights. But it seems like the third party from Afford are starting to try to chip in and try to do a little bit more damage. And you spoke about Newcastle. There is going to be a Newcastle coming from DF as of yet.
I like the Newcastle from DreamFire. It's actually won them a few games earlier, so I like that they're falling back onto what they know. They're falling back onto their comfort picks rather than picking into the meta. Here's the third party, though, and Pete is about to get overwhelmed here. He's just going to get decimated. He tries to jump away. By some miracle, he does get away. And now it's down to Revenant elsewhere, who are able to down someone else.
Okay, seems like all 3 nuts are going to be secured from both sides. And fortunately for them, like you said as well, they have the Newcastle out in this facility. So they are going to have a pretty decent barricade to try and force the issue. Look at this. Free snipes, hit a lot of easy hit glitches coming in from DreamFire to actually capitalize on this situation. But fortunately for them, based on the top minimap, they do have the zone in their favor, but they are going to have they have to figure out the next game plan later on. However, on the other side as well, we do see another team being eliminated. So that's going to be 17 squads left in this first circle. Like, I'm really surprised there's a big stalemate, but here comes the EMP. DreamFire tried to go for the drop on towards, I would say, their body armors to dodge the EMP, but that has been fixed for 2-3 patches now. You will still have the half of the shields chunked off despite the EMP coming in.
DreamFire just trying to try to force out a fight here as well. The Watson utility suddenly makes pushing really difficult. And you see DreamFire setup, that Newcastle utility as well is just making this such a strong position to hold. To the extent now where I don't actually think DreamFire need to move. Bear in mind, they are already in the zone. They already have a strong position. Their equipment certainly isn't terrible. Unlike NXL here, who still have quite a bit of looting to do before they can start committing to these fights.
You know, I like the GB play coming from DreamFire as well. Like, he's scouting inching away. He realizes that even though they're okay for now, they need to think 2 to 3 circles ahead. And currently, their exit strategy is terrible because there's just so much open field. And they might actually force a Valk out from the get-go to actually rotate the next phase zone. And it's going to be very difficult considering that there are 2 teams so close to them and looking to actually get a chip onto them. So that's going to be a hard battle for them to win. Meanwhile, on the other side of the zone, we do see NXL having a pretty free time from their perspective as of now, as they are going to be crafting potentially, I don't know, shield batteries, you know, stock up on shield batteries, maybe even, I don't know, like you said as well, wingman potentially, which I highly doubt so, but I don't know, it's all about resource management right now, especially in Stone Point.
You're absolutely right, and what's interesting now is for NXL, their resource management certainly isn't terrible. They've looted quite a bit. Yes, they were struggling for a while, but actually having this entire compound to themselves is really going to help that out. What I want to see from NXL now is a fight. They need to get these shields leveled up. They need to start forcing engagements with players. And bear in mind, with with Sentinels, with kind of longbows, it can be much easier on this map. Unfortunately, I don't think that our members of NXL actually had any. Unlike Dewa here, we have a very scary-looking Sentinel. Bolt action. Yeah. Look, what's interesting is the Kraber is categorically what looks like a 50 cal. It absolutely looks like a 50 cal.
It is a 50 cal.
Then why does the longbow look like a 50 cal as well?
Well, I don't know. It's a cheap. It's a budget version of the Kraber, I guess, if that makes sense. But now the next phase is zone.
AP.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way, but I'm seeing a huge influx of team down towards the north, and that is not looking good for the team, especially with DreamFire as well. DreamFire as well on north side. They need to rotate in. They're okay, but oh my goodness, there's gonna be a bloodbath down towards the north side. Revenant on the south side is gonna be having an easy time as they try to gatekeep EXO on the southeast. But aside from that, the north side is the one that I want to see what's happening as well, because that is going to be a bloodbath in the making. That's going to be potentially a future Michael Bay Apex version movie in the making very soon, if that makes sense. But yeah,
sounds like fun, to be honest.
Not fun for us, not fun for them though.
That's true. I was thinking of Michael Bay-esque things, right? And there's a great... If you have access to a welder, Icy Baby, whether it be like a MIG welder, arc welder, like, I think we should both make weapons, and we should also both make armor out of like plates and stuff. And we can see who makes like the best sword or the best shield or something like that.
I guess. Yeah, but at the same time as well, we do see a lot of snipes coming on the north side as well. They need to find a way to actually come down towards the next phase of Zergo. But here's a little bit of additional points we kind of missed out as well. What was really surprising for me was that Reignite was actually wiped off on 18 place in map number 2, despite a strong performance in game number 1. So that's not looking good for them. But at the same time, DreamFire, they are going to try and go in for the push. Seems like they are going to force the issue. GB Domes has been made to try and force the issue, but the Watson fans makes it a little bit harder as well. Here comes the pumps coming in from DreamFire as they try to come on top, but they have to wrap this up as quickly as they can. ATH still coming on top. It's going to be a three-way showdown very soon, but the third parties are coming in. Oh no, going to be losing on one member as they still have fight going for the pickup, but where is Omo? But GAM, as of he's going to get an off angle. He's going to get knocked as well, and ATH, they come on top. They take advantage of the third party, and they will the ones to come up on top, and that's gonna be DreamFire eliminated from the nut.
They just end up getting third partied, unfortunately, and I'm really impressed actually with ATH to not only survive, but to survive keeping their players relatively healthy. None of them really took significant damage there. All of them are going to be able to heal up without being contested, and that third party, which was enough to kill DreamFire, they don't want to take the fight with ATH.
It was so hard to play, right? Like, that's the thing about fighting against bunker strategies, right? You've got a Watson, you've got a Caustic. If you get pushed in, tentatively, maybe 8 out of 10, the team that's hunkering down is gonna come up on top, and it was so difficult for DreamFire to actually push that. They played an offensive stand with the Newcastle out. It looked great and all, but all ATH needed to do was just play it safe, hope for a third party to help them out, and then capitalize the situation. So I would say it's a big W for ATH, but it's still, the problem still remains for them. Where do they rotate after this zone? Because it's still open fields in the making for them.
This position from PROJECTXXX here. They're trying to force out these long-range fights. So I really like the fact we're seeing more of an emphasis on long-range fights. Yes, I know the map does kind of complement it, but what you find is that with Valkyries, there is a habit to see suicide bombs from teams who just dive straight onto oppositions and then just take the point-blank engagement. And when your opponents are all wielding kind of sentinels, it's a really good way to catch them off guard. There's that jump to the high ground, a bit of damage being done to them. Nothing they can't handle, though, as they all set their gaze over to the wall.
I'm really surprised X10 was able to get across with this, but okay! Iron Sight Sentinel! That's a big crack. He's looking for the knock, but that's gotta be a big highlight if he gets the knock. But at the same time, they gave off the impression they were 3-man strong, they scared them off, they forced the Valk out. I'd say it's a big W for X10 to actually get the gatekeep on this. And on top of it all, they've got the Triton to actually rotate. Not a big fan of it, but still, they can set it up preemptively, try and get a couple of covers for the next phase zone. But now, with the next zone coming in, where is it going to shift? Because the teams in the north, they have to make the next play. And it seems like the zone is going to push back to the north. So everyone in the north is going to be safe for now. But at the same time, for how long? That's going to be the question that remains, Kramer.
Oh, I see, baby. Winter is coming down from the north. And for anyone who has to migrate up from the south, unfortunately, they are going to find every single building here is either well guarded or already has habitants.
Well, the night is dark and full of terrors. I wish I could have coded that better, but yeah, I get the reference. It's been a while. I miss that. I miss that. I miss
Sean,
GOT, man.
Sean Bean has such a good way of delivering lines.
I know, right? He's just so good. But unfortunately for him, you know, they will be actors, and I'm just gonna stick with what I'm good at, being a caster. That's that's gonna be the way to go. But as of now, 15 squads left. Revenant Esports gonna be tanking the zone as they are gonna be making their way in the next phase zone. We do see a little bit of hunkers on towards ANT. They've got a pretty decent line, but they have to play around the trenches before they can make the max play. So they have to find a way to actually zone them out. But ANT, they're going for a very, very risky approach by spreading out, but seems like not going to be taking the road, the approach now, as they are going to be conquering down. But speaking of the Kraber, we do see the Kraber up on PROJECTXXX, and GB Dome has been forced as well, as PROJECTXXX is going to try and gatekeep these members. He's going to be going for GB Dome. Oh, this is a good time. He messed up his draw, but a preemptive dome has been made for END, and now they are going to be gatekeeping his way through. They have to hunker down to the middle. They are out in open. They might be in a problem as well. The nades are coming from PROJECTXXX. Can they get anything out of it? No, they cannot, but here comes the spray. Valkyrie as a distraction. He takes aggro, and Rev again. It's going to be POWERPOP, but can he get the knock? No, but instead he gets knocked off. The rest of his members completely bail on his teammate, and that is going to be them losing out control as they get completely swamped. PROJECTXXX is now looking for the sprays, but eventually still come up on top, but at the expense of losing their GB. But as of now, the third party comes in. What can they do? Absolutely nothing. The timing could not be worse than this, as PROJECTXXX, we've got Zed needing to make a red play. He's got the Kraber. He's gonna try to hide his way through, healing himself up, but little did he know there's gonna be so many people around the vicinity, and he needs to make a run. DNZ gonna get fourth party as he makes a run out of way, as they try to defend against with this fourth party, Kramer.
Oh, look at that black hole. That's perfect. I don't know if it's caught anyone. Oh, yes, it has. Yes, it has. Suddenly, this is going to be so dire for anyone trying to run away. Wide on falls. That's Team SMG. They're going to take a lot of damage here. Look at that from DNZ. Continuing to rain down death upon them. And for DNC, I like the fact we're not seeing them overextend. They realize that being third party to fourth party is a very real possibility, so they don't push after their targets. They don't hunt their prey. Instead, they get back into a position which is comfortable for them.
Yep, a little bit of a messed up fight as well. Team Burger, they're gonna get completely shut down by Revenant down towards the trenches as well. They're down one member, but they're all hunkered down, and they also need to go for a reset. Meanwhile, on DNC on the east side, they're still hunkering down this bank. They want to go for those gatekeeps, and looks like we are gonna be jumping onto Revenant as well. And looks like they concede the trenches on the outskirts, and they are gonna be the ones that get completely beamed off. Two of the top two teams from game one are out in game two rather early in this match, and this is gonna put a dent into the scores later on when the overall standings comes in. But what I do know is that when it comes to Apex Legends, anything can happen, and even though you're one of the best teams out there, how the mighty can fall as well.
Got a question for you, Icy Baby. Where are Reignite? I'll tell you where. I think they got eliminated very early on into this game. So, something from Revenant. This is going to be a huge game to try and get some points up on Reignite here.
Yeah, that's a big win still, right? Like Revenant and Reignite, they were top two, and I think Reignite was eliminated at 18th place. Revenant was eliminated at 13th place. So I don't think it's a big margin of points. It all comes down to KP when it comes to lead, but it does give a little bit of opportunity for the middle of the pack to keep in. But DEADBEATZ seems like they are popping off as of now. They're going for the zones. They're getting a lot of big trades, but with 38 seconds left, they're taking the short end of the rotations. They are going to try and trail their way in to try and inch away, but seems like they are going to get barricaded as now as they can see. They are going for the suppress fire. They've got a good beam as they push forward. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Dewa Esports in front of the Flash K. Going to be losing a little bit more, but looks like he is going to pop the GB UA to go for the GB out to try to zone them out of zone, and this is the best time to go for the play. However, up on top as well, we do see Valkyrie. They're waiting for the flank, but I don't think DNC realizes that they're up on top. Dewa is still there, and they can drain havoc of them. As you can see, Dewa United, they're going to zone their way through, but ENZ seems like they are going to play the vertical aspect as they zone out the way and try to make a drop, and they won't make the drop, and Dewa Esports, they're ready for it. They've got the constant gaps, they got the dome, but it's a 2v3. They have to win this trade. They go for the double dome, but where's the Valkyrie? They need the Valkyrie coming from Dewa Esports, and ENZ, they come on top, and here comes the Valkyrie. It's a 1v1, goes for POP, and it's down to his last HP, and that is going to be Dewa Esports coming on top. DNZ getting wiped off. Bastion now, close to the edge. He's going to try and pick up his teammates, and that is gonna be A-okay. But he needs to push him off into the next phase of the zone. The zone might take his way through. Oh no, can he survive? He's gonna punch. Look at this, his desperation coming from Dewa to go in round pickup, and I don't think any other team realize that this is happening, and they're gonna be A-okay, but they will lose easy flash K to the zone. Oh, you hate to see this.
The fact they keep the Gibby alive is so impressive. I'm so impressed. I didn't even know you could move your teammates through punching them there. I'm actually not a very comfortable process for your teammates, but if it keeps them alive, so be it.
Well,
For the members of Northside now, they've had a relatively quiet game. They've not had to do too much damage. They've just sat in their building. Their building's been pretty content for them.
yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, they were, they played the best they had, and I feel like the GB play is, having a GB is always gonna good. But the question here is, now, this next phase zone is going to be a very, very small zone. They have to push down in towards an, I would say, no man's land. Having those GB is going to buy them a little more time. But the question remains is that, can they find those opportunities to rotate in, right? Look at this. Everyone is hung on the ground down. X10 is out and open as well. EXO, they do have the Kraber. They've got 5 shots. And all they need is that one big shot to completely mess up and grief someone's game from the get-go. So they've got good position. They've got UAs. But seems like there is going to be serial plays coming in, and they are on the short end of the zone. So they can try to get a couple of KP out of this, but as soon as they get that, they need to find a way to rotate because that's not in the zone for them.
X10 Crit, they went into this with only 2 players. They still have all of them alive. And they've spotted out EXO. A lot of damage done to the first player. EXO, bearing in mind, are also down 22 players here, so it may be a surprisingly fair fight, actually, which is certainly not all too common in the kind of meta of Apex.
Yeah, and I agree, it's going to be tough as well, but they are going to be forcing caustic gases as well. But as you can see, they are trying to bitch it away. X10, they're going to be forced out of the zone. They managed to actually push in the zone, and okay, fortunate for them, they have a little bit of crates coming in. So that's going to be a small win for them, a little bit of a rat spot, and that's huge unless they get third party, because now it's going to be a battle between the two duo squads, EXO as well as X10. Meanwhile, X10, they're just going to keep out of action, but here comes the GB Dome at the arc. They've got to tank it. They've got no GB Dome, and they're gonna get completely flushed, but seems like they are gonna be able to heal themselves out of this situation. They've got the caustic gas to protect them for now, and they have to make a risk for it. Mosu now gonna go for the Eagle challenge, and he is gonna try and beam the members on outskirts as well. This is still a big W for them because this is a big rat spot for them. Wow. The other teams are going to be out and open for them, so they are going to get a little bit more placement, but never United Esports from the north side will be eliminated. X10's also going to be eliminated. Meanwhile, EXO still survives in this vicinity as they get the drop onto the rat spot, as EXO now 2v3. He's got the Kraber. As you can see, Saiyajin, they are a little bit low. They need to heal up. They need to go for the rest. Do they want to go for the full set? I don't think EXO realized how weak they are, and that's going to be the full reset coming in. But the GB Dome is going to expire really so tricky. Going to be fighting popping the grenades as well. And there's a big thing, man! It's going to be the knockout from Rosiki. They're going to go for the full set, and they get the white north side. Esports is out in EXO Clan with 2 men alive, mixing the top 3 with the Kraber. They're looking to go for the green, but wow, that's actually happening as well. NXL is going to be forcing a fight, and they are really weak. The GB Domes are coming in. Emmanuel still 3-man strong. They're looking for the wipe. They're getting a couple of knocks, and eventually it's gonna be a 2v1 through action as well. EXO finally joined the strike, but no A-flow with a beautiful B beams and out of smithereens, and now EXO leaving last member alive. 2v1 situation, but Ziki, my man, 1v3. He's on his own. He's down to the top. He is in the top 2, but the numbers are too strong from Emmanuel, and that is gonna be Emmanuel coming up with game number 2 as the champions for game number 2. Wow, what a game.
What a game from EXO for me. That was all EXO. I mean, yes, while our champions did very well, EXO for me is categorically the team that won that. Bear in mind that they went into this just a couple of players down. They went into a 2 versus however many else there were. Not only with 2 players, but also Ziki. I mean, let's be honest, I see that was an incredible final zone from him there. I think he single-handedly got about 5 kills in the space of a minute.
Yeah, that was sick coming from Ziki as well. He landed those nades, he got the knock. Oh, it was just so unfortunate for the team who got dumpstered for him. They were so low, and that's the thing about Storm Point, right? You don't have enough loot to go with the play, and I think one of the reasons why they were so weak because they were trying to resource manage while you're taking advantage of the GB Dome. And GB Dome, you don't really have a lot of time to do that, especially after you just pick out one of the down members. So it's just, you hate to see it, right? You just hate to see those kind of moments where, oh, you don't have enough shields, you don't have enough heals, etc. So it's just very, very unfortunate. I feel like X10, they played a little okay with this red spot, but that's the downside of not having a GB Dome. You're not going to be able to open on map. You're not going to be able to push out the zone. And considering that X10, they played with 2 members, I would say it was a big ask coming from them. It's the best that they could have played off. But like you said as well, Ziggy, whew, that was clean. That was really, really clean plays coming from him.
It absolutely was. And now that Z's in such a strong position, maybe he's found his sweet spot. Maybe we're going to see him do it for the rest of the games. Maybe this is just the awakening for him. And like a phoenix from the ashes, maybe EXO Clan will be a team to watch out for. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, because I guarantee you, EXO Clan, while they did have a good map, they were not the only ones killing.
Yep, I definitely agree. But to top it off as well, we started the game in match highlights game number 2. We did see Revenant get a couple of early KPs, which was a big W for them. They got a very cheesy strat down to the south, but on the north side is where a lot of this action did kind of happen as well, especially when it comes to rotations, right? The circle was just so difficult to play. Everyone was contesting those spots. East side, we had PROJECTXXX getting a little bit of big W. Dewa Esports was a big nuisance for any teams that came from the east side of that rotation circle. But DNZ, they had a very, very strong start. It's just really unfortunate they were gatekeep from Dewa. They had a lot of right ideas and macro plays. And despite the onslaught, they had a good drop, but just couldn't get the finish onto Dewa Esports, which kind of resulted in them getting completely shut down, especially on the south side of the map itself.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I really like how we saw some third-party action here. This little play, I believe it was from X10, to keep their teammates alive was just amazing. I did not know you could punch a teammate to move them back through a zone there. So that was awesome. And then this here from Ziki. Look at that damage. That was just disgusting.
Yeah, that was a beautiful execution from EXO as well. They fourth party all the way through from the back so well. And despite that, it seemed like they were in prime position, but this big beam coming from April completely destroyed EXO's gameplay. But at the same time, Emmanuel, man, like they held their ground really, really well in this situation. I thought they were gonna lose out of the fight. Emmanuel was just, I felt like EXO just third party the wrong team, you know, if they want to go for champion. But still, top 2 is still a pretty decent match, and that is gonna be the standings coming in for match number 2.
Reignite without a single point. That is so unlike them there. And if for the likes of Emmanuel, for the likes of EXO Clan, for the likes of NXL, suddenly this becomes a very, very winnable game. A very winnable tournament. Because consistency is everything, I see. And if someone messes up just once, that is your chance to capitalize. And Emmanuel did just that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Reignite, even though they are the top number spot, Revenant was 7 points behind them. So technically, they're still neck and neck. But I feel like the top 6 right now, there is going to be in the leaderboards, is going to be a big shift, especially when Emmanuel, EXO Clan, and as well as NXL WolfPack going to be pushing up to the north, the top side of the leaderboard. So it is going to be a pretty close one. We have a total of 12 matches to be played here in the grand finals. And in terms of price distribution, only the top 4 teams are going to be walking away with that huge, chunky 10K USD prize pool. So I feel like anything can happen, but that's the thing about Storm Point, right? It's so difficult to play the map itself without proper utilities to actually go into the next phase zone. I'm not exactly sure how Reignite was eliminated. We didn't catch a glimpse of the action, but sometimes, you know, such is life, you know, c'est la vie. If that's going to be the case.
And on topic of C'est la vie, I'm looking forward to whether.
Yeah, and it seems like that's going to be
the second any of our sort of leading groups make a bit of hesitation or show for just a moment a sign of weakness.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But that's pretty much the scores coming from match number 2. And you can see that there is going to be big shifts coming in. I perfectly agree that Storm Point is one of those very, very difficult maps to actually play the game itself. And it's just very, very difficult to actually anticipate. But I feel like Storm Point is still one of those maps where a lot of teams still struggle to play it as well. We did see a lot of Newcastle plays coming in, but I feel like Newcastle is something that they probably need to adapt a little bit more into the meta itself. But it seems like playing to something you're comfortable with the GB is still good, but Newcastle is just a little bit different for now.
He is. In just a moment, we're going to see if Newcastle's going to have some more presence in our final 4 games. Personally, I would actually really like to see Newcastle. I'm a big fan of him as a legend, but we'll have to see if that's the case in just a moment after this short break. We'll be back soon.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw our two Kingmakers get usurped in their first couple of engagements as Revenant and Reignite were sent to the sidelines. This meant Team Emmanuel had all the room required to go ahead and take a victory in Map 2. We now move to Map 3 to see if Emmanuel can continue this momentum or if the likes of Reignite and the likes of Revenant are going to be back with a vengeance. Of course, I'm your Castle Crema 3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. And on topic of 1-2, which two teams do you think we should be keeping an eye on as we enter this third game?
Exactly, and I'm loving that we've got the full package right here as well, because it's 1, 2, and then we've got 3 on Kramer as well. So we've got the 1, 2, 3 action coming up, and now we're going into its map number 3. And I don't know, it feels like we do see a little bit of adaptations coming from map 2, but that's the thing, right? When it comes to World's Edge as well as Storm Point, it's just two completely different maps, two completely different play styles. And you talked about being usurped, right? It makes a lot of sense. Storm Point is just relatively new. It's still 2 seasons new. There's still a lot we can learn from in terms of the drafts and compositions. And sometimes the meta kind of shifts based on how the competition looks like, right? We did see a Newcastle adaptation coming from DBT early on. Didn't exactly work out. I think it all comes down to whether or not what the Comfort Legends is, what's going to be the priority when it comes to the kind of fights. So sniping is going to be a very, very big factor in Storm Point. Hopefully it doesn't kind of seep into the mental game, because, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in towards game number 3 with Emmanuel taking game 2s as the champion. Is going to put them in a pretty decent spot to try and fight for the number 1 spot. But can they do it? Because now this is going to be a map where I think Reignite and Revenant is going to be very, very comfortable at playing this game, Kramer.
So what's interesting for Emmanuel is they've been kind of consistently taking this marketplace drop points, and it's meant that they've been given free roam of some really good early game gear, and no one's fought them for this position. Surprisingly, they've had free roam of it. And what I found is, particularly qualifiers, if a team lands in a good position, it takes 1 or 2 games before everyone starts kind of grouping now. We start seeing some early fights, but Emmanuel have just never been contested for this position.
Yeah, it's just a little bit difficult to actually play that map itself, and I think once upon a time they are allowed to get I think gold, what's it called? Yeah, you can still shop for it, right? If you get those early gold archery ones from the shop itself, it does give you a little bit of upper edge, because it gives you, I would say, extra ammo cap magazine compared to the standard like purple and etc, right? So it's a little bit broken, but if you get the full gold thing, it just gives you a little bit of upper edge in that regards.
It really does, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing any early game fights at all. Not just Team Emmanuel, but no one is fighting here. I see. It feels like it's all just sort of quiets before the storms, or sort of lulls before action. And even though these lulls are great as a chance to prepare and dig in, it just means that our final zones are going to be even more chaotic.
Yeah, I agree, but seems like things are going to be a little bit slow. Seems like we are going to see a little bit more when it comes to playing it safe, right? They've learned that lesson from game number 1, and this circle, I feel like this circle is going to be a little bit of difference when it comes to shifting the north side, right? We did see earlier before the game where it was remade. I think teams are going to be prioritizing the south side, but I don't know. It feels very difficult to play onto a Skyhook's map, because there's only pretty much 3 to 4 entry points to actually push it through. One is going to be on the train tracks on the north side. One is going to be from the northwest of Fragment West. One from Drill side. So there is going to be a little bit of a choke spots that you are going to be facing as well. So we might expect a little bit early rotations coming from all the teams to try and get an upper hand, to try and gatekeep those 4 points if the circle shifts to a Skyhook. So I think that's going to be going through some of their minds. But if you play towards Lava Features vicinity, then that's going to be a completely different story, because there is going to be a lot of rat spots where you can take advantage, and that is where I think Horizon will excel the most. And based on the second circle, it is still in that vicinity, so it's somewhere between Drill Site, Lava Fisher, Train Yard, and Skyhook. So these are going to be the 4 potential circle ending moments in this game itself, Kramer.
EXO Clan set up in their building, already in the zone, already with knowledge of where the zone afterwards will be. And while their shields may not be great, while their weaponry could do with a few upgrades, there's no reason for this team to move now. They're in such a strong position here, I see.
Yeah, I think it's all just about waiting games, right? Like, as of now, this is all a good red spot coming from them, but at the same time, it could be like a double-edged sword for them, right? Like they are taking a point on towards the recon beacon. They are going to be trying to get the edge into the circle, which is a very, very smart point. And considering that they have the upper hedge, it's no surprises that they are going to play this safe because you don't really want to lose too much utilities. And even though they don't exactly have the greatest of loots, you do see a little bit of contest coming in because right now, EXO, they are going to get aped on by a Velkout, and that's going to be them going for a couple of skirmishes very, very, very soon. But now, this is going to be the fight happening as well. I'm not exactly sure who is going to be the team in front that ape on them, but they are going to be in some pain as EXO is going to try and gatekeep them for this next phase. So they have a lot of space to work with, but it's all about just dodging right now. It's just not worth taking a fight right now. And oh, Kilo, he's eyeing for the blue vest, man. He needs the blue armor, but at the same time, he can't take the risk to actually go for the contest for it. And well, that's you hate to see it, man, Kramer. You hate to see it.
What's interesting is there's actually another team in this area. So it's EXO, the guys who've landed, and then the people flanking them. This is, while it may be quiet now, it won't be quiet in a couple of seconds. And this is something that we may see teams attempt to punish here. There's DreamFire joining the fight as well. It's going to be a huge fight now for this ring.
Yeah, Lava Fission is going to be a very, very interesting place as well. This is a great spot to be ratting in, but if you have so many teams looking out every single angle, it's no longer a good rat spot. They've got to figure out how to get out of there. It's one of the places where you have the most structures to actually play from, but if there's so many teams there, it is going to be a double-edged sword for every single team trying to play that vicinity. On the bottom side, that's going to be having Lava as well. It's not a good place to actually rotating down from under. But it seems like Team Burger, they have to find a way to actually force their way to the next round, but they still got a lot of time. It's just not worth taking those kind of risks. Maybe, I think just maybe they are going to be farming up those purple shields before things get a little bit too out of hand. So it's going to be 2 circles left. It's only the first circle, so they've got a lot of time to dodge their way through, but look at this, EXO. They're looking for those cheeky angles, but unfortunately, they won't be able to punish those teams. But they do what they do have is only information, man. Oh no, is MID seeing this, right? There's gonna be another team coming in. Oh, they've got to scare them off, but at the same time, I don't think they realize that they are in for so much pain. This is gonna be a golden moment right now as they go in for the ape. They're trading up for bodies here in Lava Fission. They have no choice, and here comes the entire swarm. Ultimates are being dropped on. And the chaos has begun. Team Goten, they did not realize what was going on. Guess what? There's just so many teams looking at them. Shiva left last man standing. He's gonna get completely aped on. The third party comes in, and Team Goten, one of the first team that get completely shut down. And while that's gonna be happening as well, Northside Esports down in the middle is gonna start another fight. And oh my goodness, I don't know, man. This is tough, Kramer. This is tough. This is like 6 to 7 teams in this vicinity, and this, I don't know. Whoever comes up on top is going to be pretty stacked out in red shields all the way through.
I'm very surprised that Northside haven't been jumped on there. Very surprised that they're able to just get the kill and then completely stagnate. For now, EXO Clan, they're waiting for their opportune moments, but they actually didn't choose to engage onto Northside. Remember, there's still Dewa, there's also DreamFire in the mix here. No one wants to move, no one wants to leave their building, because the second they do, it's almost going to be a death sentence. Remember, EXO have the info. They know this next zone could be recovered.
Yo, this is crazy. There's 5 teams instead of 4. I thought it was going to be 4 teams. Each one has got a pretty good spot. But Reignite as well, looking to capitalize on all these free KPs from the outskirts. And this is good for them because they've got so much information to act on. If whoever decides to engage Reignite, they are going to get completely shot from behind. You can see, I would say EXO and Dewa is in prime position to actually get out of this sticky situation. But the guys in mid, oh, they are going to be forcing domes from the get-go as actually, on second thought, it's actually 6 teams across. Okay, this is I don't know, man. I don't know how to talk about this, but I don't want to be in that position at all.
It's going to take a pin drop, and then everyone's just going to descend on each other. They're waiting for the go. They're waiting for the start gun. But the second it goes off, there is going to be no recovery for a lot of these teams. This is a make or break moments now, and anyone on the outskirts, they're mere spectators in what is going to be a symphony of chaos.
The chaos is about to break down, but Dewa United, they realize that Reignited is going to be gatekeeping them. They're looking for a couple of punish as well. Jen Burden going to be playing the top side of the train tracks as well, as he looks to go for in a couple of elevation pickoffs, but it's just a little bit too risky. Dewa United, they've got a lot of space to work with, but it's all about the waiting game right now, because this next phase zone is going to completely shift, and I don't think it is going to be a lava circle at all. It seems like it is going to be favoring on towards the east side instead, and that's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation to be playing in. It might be drill side, it might be train yard, and I think Dewa United's esports as well, they realize that potentially next phase of circle is going to be making movements towards train yard, and whoever's on top of the train yard is going to have a lot of height on top of it all. So I think there is going to be a huge contest for that vicinity before this next phase of the zone shifts first. But for now, Dewa United spot, they are going to be counting their lucky stars and wait for this next phase of zone. But it seems like it is going to be somewhere in countdown instead. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This is hard. This is really, really hard, Kramer.
Look at the teams in this ring. This is insane. Elsewhere as well, remember, Revenant, they also are trapped in the middle of absolute chaos here. There's also X10, Revenant, and anyone else in this same kind of mix of position.
Yeah,
someone has to die, surely.
Yeah, this circle is kind of messed up. It's so difficult to predict, and considering that there's just so many good strong points, Reignite, they took a very risky approach by playing around on train tracks. It gives them a little bit more maneuverability, but they can't be easily picked off as well. So if they hold their gatekeeps well, and if the circle shifts to them, they're going to be a-okay. But if the circle shifts out of them, well, they still have the valve out to actually get out of those sticky situations. So they're playing it safe, but like I said, it's very, very difficult to play this zone. And it makes a lot of sense why every single team just want to hunker down and do its lava fissure, just because it does give you cover. But outmaneuvering, getting out of those situations, not an easy thing to do for now.
There's the attack. Emmanuel, our victors of last game, have found a target, and now with the Watson, they're looking to take the high ground. They're looking to push them. Who will be the poor souls who are going to be on the receiving end of this chaos? Well, looks like it's going to be one down, a lone player who's about to be meeting his maker.
Yeah, seems like they get one turret on top of them. They even pop the seer out to actually secure the spot to get a little bit more information before this next push. So they have to clear out the side circles before they go in, and it is a big W. But at the same time, they're getting shot at 4, and I believe the shots coming in is gonna be from Reignite on the train tracks as well, trying to keep them at bay, making it difficult for them before they actually make the next push. Meanwhile, on the south side as well, HAIWAAN Gaming, they are going to be a-okay. They do hear gunshots coming in, but I don't think they can capitalize a little bit too much, considering that they are going for a Watson comp without a GB coming from HAIWAAN Gaming. So this is risky, but I think this is the best they can do right now. This is not worth going outside. And, well, as soon as I say this, circle not going to be in their favor, as they are going to be shifted north with 2 minutes on the clock to plan their next rotation here, Kramer.
Got to use the Valkyrie, surely. There's no easy way out of this position. Instead, they're going to run. They're going to take the push. PROJECTXXX elsewhere are going to be taken down and removed from this game. And this cluster of teams we saw in our stations is now actually starting to mitigate. X10 have held their position. Revenant have done the same. But elsewhere, we're losing a lot of players. EXO, they take the flight. They look to descend onto Revenant. They are able to avoid it for the time being, but they still need to take an engagement with at least one of these teams. Otherwise, their landing is going to be worth nothing.
Yeah, this is going to be a countdown circle coming in from the zone itself. We do see Dewa already flying up to the north side as well. They're trying to find a little bit more spots, but Dewa, they are going to be in the crosshairs of EXO very, very soon as they play the northwest sector. But EXO, they're zoning them out, but little do they know, Dewa Esports, behind them is going to be another team looking to gatekeep them from the northwest side if they round from the outskirts of the circle. But seems like that's not going to be the approach, as they are going to be heading down south instead. So Dewa Esports, they are going to be in the clear for now, but if the circle shifts out, EXO is going to be the biggest obstacle they have to overcome later on.
They will be, and for Dewa, Now just stacked up. They're trying to find someone to fight with, but they haven't done anything yet. High ground taken from DNZ. A really big bid for high ground here. That Valkyrie ult is actually going to bring them straight back into one of these teams here. But they take so much damage in flight. A player already lost their armor. SNG at range doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, SNG gonna be taking out those crypto drones, but taking a lot of damage from afar is gonna be very, very difficult. Countdown is gonna be a little bit of a cluster mess up, but I don't know. Everyone is just flipping a coin right now. It's gonna be a 50-50 coin flip later on, where is it gonna be a countdown circle or is it gonna be a lava fission one? Because if the lava fission circle is coming in, teams there is gonna be very, very happy. But speaking of which, we do catch a glimpse onto the mini-map as well. It seems like it's gonna be on the north side and BRB are in the circle. I don't know, man, Kramer, like this circle, if you know, that's like the players themselves don't know what we can see, but because we can see this happening, this is gonna be the true third-party legends that we all love. And I don't know how the teams in Lava Fusion is gonna be able to come out with that, because this is gonna be absolute chaos. And seems to me Emmanuel is gonna be one of the teams that is gonna be stuck there as well, as they get completely flushed out by casting gas all the way through. DNZ gonna be going for the bush. This is a huge mess that's happening right now. They've lost one member. They're losing members so quick. And it's faster than the biggest losers in Asia, but Field of View, he comes up on top with 1 HP. How? He survives. And here, he's gonna try and go for the 1v1 pick up as well. It's gonna be a battle between a knockdown ship, but no, he doesn't have the ammunition. It's a caustic versus a seer. Can he come on top? But no, he cannot. Joker just has the health to come up on top. So that's gonna be a small victory, but 1 minute 30 seconds left after the pick off. They have to run to the next zone, and without their Valk up and ready right now, I don't know how they're gonna come out with this, Kramer.
They have to get to this new zone while healing up, while having to recover from what was a really difficult engagement take. Yes, they survived, but the journey back to full health isn't going to be an easy one, particularly when they're getting constantly harassed by teams who know that they have to move.
Yo, how the heck did Reignite manage to rotate safely in the next phase zone? And that's the beauty, right? You play the train tracks, you run through his countdown, and then you go in. But that's Reignite for now. But hold that thought, X10 is gonna get contested as well. We do see a dome fight as well. The PK coming with a pop-up, he comes up on top, but now Mo's to 1 HP. He might actually die. He needs to pop the shield battery as well, but this is gonna be very, very risky. He's gonna get third party as the dome expires, and from afar, they get an easy kill, and X10 gets eliminated. That's gonna be another one that bites the dust down, and the fight continues as 13 squads left remain, Kramer.
Indeed it does, and with a jump now coming through Reignite. Our team that have been fairly quiet this game, nothing to find their first player. However, Zero also down in the process now, needs to find a way to recover, get him up, and make sure that you're not swarmed in that process. There's the jump down, there's the Arc Star being deployed. Suddenly the damage is starting to stack up for the players of Reignite. They are given a bit of space though with the Gibby shield. They will be able to bring Zero back up, back online. With your Valkyrie back, the option's still there to disengage. Well, this whole time, BRP continue to rain out a bit of damage now, try to force that XL out into an uncomfortable position, but this zone is going to be so hard to work with for them.
Yeah, but it's going to be a countdown circle as well. The 3 base points is going to be the ways to go in. I'm really surprised Reignite, they're still surviving this. But if they hunker down before the full circle close in, they're going to be a-okay. But as you said, as soon as I say that, you can see every single team is going to be aping nearby. You can see all the Valves are coming in swarming as well as the circle closes in. 13 squads left. They don't have much room to work with. BRP having a comfortable spot to third party all these actions, but they're looking at the wrong side. They're zoning off the wrong people, and it seems like they're gonna create a couple kills. Ricky finds a couple shots in, and that's gonna be them zoning them out towards the low ground. So that's a big W for BRP as they zone them out of the situation, as they remain with this high ground for now. But you can see the chaos are coming in. RNT is gonna be taking a couple of GB domes on the sides, and everyone is forced to use that dome preemptively. And on top of it all, they still have EMP from BRP to actually grieve on all these poor souls of the team down below coming in from this fight, Screamer.
Oh, this long-range fight being taken by BRP as well. They're trying to really harass NXL here. NXL, oh, they take a lot of damage. No shields at all now. On the absolute precipice of being eliminated. Everyone realizes it. There's blood in the water. Dewa, they want a piece of the action as well. Having downed one of these players, can they reap the rewards of removing this presence? They continue to ring out shots where possible. Actually, at moments, even going out of the zone, just trying to get the high ground there. There's Revelation of the long bow. Tags the first Gibby. However, Gibby able to get the shield out, but for how long? They were point blank, swings in, gets that kill, shuts down NXL as they remove another team from this map.
Well, they have to be quick because there's 25 seconds left. They have to shift to the next zone. You saw Denver United, they realized that they have to wrap this up fight as quickly as they can, and they got the job done. But now, while they're seeping their way through as well, Reignite, they managed to somehow take the high ground as well. So Reignite, this is bunkering down bottom side, and they eventually still managed to creep into the sides as well. Team Burger and Reignite going to be on the low grounds on the other side of the entrance as they rotate in from the next phone. BRP going to get forced down to the high ground as well, as a lot of teams are starting to sneak by the sides to actually push them down on the zone, and they have no choice but to rotate to win. The next zone is not going to be favoring them as well. They have the GB out, but that's pretty much it for BRP. But Dewa United, they're still struggling to push in the next phase zone. They managed to find the northwest corner. I think this is going to be EXO in front of them, that they have to win this fight. And this dome fight is going to be very, very difficult as well. Dewa going for the suppressive fire to get one knock. DNZ is going to be the one to fall. TYZ looking for the trade, but the circle is coming in. It's going to be chaos. They can't see anything. They need to run to the zone, but Bastion, he needs to heal up. He needs to take advantage of this situation. The zone is coming in. He has no choice but to heal up with his health first. But meanwhile, Team Burger on the other side, they get beamed as well, down to his countdown. And oh my goodness, the chaos is happening. But right now, Dewa United, they have to go for a reset on the south side, but Team Burger still playing it slow, but eventually Dewa, they will get wiped off from the south side by DNZ, Kramer.
Team Burger looking to rest their laurels a bit with Dewa falling. There's no follow-up just yet, though, and I want to highlight how Reignite have been so quiet this game. A team that we've known to be ruthlessly aggressive have almost been shoehorned into corners for most of this. Elsewhere, Burger get ready to potentially go to the high ground here. Remember, high ground is everything I see, but if you are on Team Burger, the zone means you have to walk out this corridor into the awaiting arms of 3 or 4 teams who already know where you are, one of which is Reignite's at point blank.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I think Team Burger, they realize that the biggest threat is gotta be Reignite, right? They don't want them pushing in. That's why he's preemptively setting up those caustic spots. They can still tank the zone and kind of lurk behind them. And the reason why they're not pushing out is because they don't want to be sandwiched from behind by Reignite, and that's gonna be the smart play coming from them. Meanwhile, on the outside as well, DNZ from the north side, and hold that thought for now. Wait a minute, Reignite, they pushed and they paid the price. And Team Burger, they come up on top, not sure what Reignite was thinking as well, as they get completely flushed out by this zone. While this is happening as well, Team Burger, they may have won the small fight. The EMP is gonna beam their way through, because from up top, it's gonna be our teams shooting at them, as well as DNZ looking to reap the rewards of all this sandwich team. And we're down towards the final 2 squads, DNZ versus, I think it's gonna be Team Burger down bottom.
Absolutely right, and for DNZ, bear in mind that this team have been the polar opposite of Reignite. They've been fighting at every point they can. They were in that initial kerfuffle that we saw around generators, and now that they have the high ground, they're hoping that they can catch out a few of these players. Additional threats through the caustic spokes are going to be so hard to work with. There's the push, there's the shutdown into these massives. The point blank are going to be able to do so much damage. Even the PKs may not be able to be enough here as they try and dance, they try and maraud, they try and waltz their way through these positions, out of these Gibby shields, but it's just not enough, I see.
Yep, and DNZ comes up on top with a big win from the north side, and they were one of the lucky ones to actually survive the onslaught of bloodbath from Lava Vision. Every single team from Lava Vision was completely shut down. Every single team coming from I would say the compounds itself, checkpoint is pretty much just gets completely shut down. So, whew, that was tough. That was really difficult. And to my surprise, you know, I'm really surprised Reignite, they were able to survive for that long. But still, a win is still a win. DWZ, they will come up on top with that map. And the the beauty of battle royales, man, anything can happen and expected, unexpected. And that was one of the very, very few difficult circles to actually play in that map itself, Kreber.
It was, and I think the issue was so many players were selected by Lava Refinery. They were so worried about other teams, they didn't get a chance to loot, they didn't get a chance to build their shields up, they didn't get a chance to essentially just get that equipment. And it meant that once the teams were finished, completely dominating their point of interest, when they came and joined the fight, they just had such a huge advantage that all they did was just wipe those teams. Let's take a look at the highlights though. Let's see just how this victory was able to be crafted, I see.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see how the highlights actually went down as well. I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of smart plays coming from all the teams as well. Reignite, they played it slow, but the biggest question was lava vision, right? There was just more than 6 to 7 teams. There's just not a lot of room to actually rotate into the zone itself, which makes it very, very difficult to actually play the game in general, right? Even if you've got a bulk out, etc., once you use it, what's next? Because eventually those ultimate accelerants are going to be very, very important to try to prolong those kind of rotations. We did see a big W coming from Emmanuel, even though they were the champions from the previous game. It was very, very difficult, right? Like, even if you win your one fight, you still have a risk of being third party as well. So I still like the biggest win on north side, especially in this fight. You can see it was that X10 EXO needed to wrap up the north side before giving it away. But eventually, even though they wrapped up the fight, they just couldn't get full control of the situation. And eventually down to the south as well, things just got very, very chaotic. There was just so many things happening across the map, and it was just very, very difficult to play the fight. I feel like Dewa United, they played the best as they can. But like I said as well, even if you're a good player, once you don't have those domes, you don't have those walkouts, you are going to be risk getting killed from the get-go. Kramer.
You're absolutely right. And what surprises me, I see, was even though everyone was sort of on top of each other for so long, they avoided fights for a good while. It was only really once we started seeing opportunities for a third party to come about that the teams actually move. And I also want to highlight this push from DNZ here. Such incredible spouts of decision making to once they see the first player approach, they realize, okay, we're about to be pushed, let's beat him to it. They beat him to the gun, they just leg it to that Gibby shield, they get inside it, and they absolutely dominate. Really, really strong round from them. And of course, they take that #1 spot with 26 points.
Yeah, and the teams who's going to be hungry on the high ground early on as well, these are pretty much all the teams that reaped every single reward, right? DNZ, 14 kills, SNG, 11, Team Burger as well. This one of the 3 teams that one of the first to actually secure Countdown itself. One of the best spots to be in to actually to punish everyone as well. Reignite, they were one of the very few unlucky ones that couldn't find a spot to actually secure the combo as well. They've got no KPs. They were just struggling to find a way to inch their way through. And even the fight against Burger, they needed to win that fight. And it was so difficult to do so, considering that Burger was just zoning them out of the caster gas. And that was pretty much their only play to actually rotate in towards the next phase of zone. I think, yeah, there's nothing much to say. What I'm really surprised was that Northside Esports is in the 5th place position. But take a look at this. He's got 5 KP. 9 points, but the placement points a little bit lacking. So they were able to win a majority of their fights coming from Lava Fissure, but they could not secure the placement points to make it into a higher tier ranking. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them, but that's the downside of having too many players in the vicinity to actually score some points, Kramer.
You're right, and you look at the you look at some of the members now from particularly the one I want to highlight is EXO Clan, Reignite, Revenant. Kind of big hitters. Our team start. Me and Crips at least in the qualifiers said, all right, well they're going to win this whole thing. Just haven't done anything. All of a sudden, this finals is looking very spicy indeed. It's very spicy indeed here. I see.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this at all. Like 3 games in a row, 3 different champion teams, and the top teams arguably, like we predicted Reignite and Revenant Esports to come on top. But guess what? You know, this is a grand finals. Anything can happen. And guess what? 3 different teams, 3 different sets of top 5s in the final finish. Even though it has been a repeat in maps, even if it's a repeat, it's just difficult to actually come on top. So we are going to be looking for the most consistent team by the end of the grand finals to be crowned the champion. And the top 4 is where you want to be at to get a healthy chunk of the 10k USD prize that everyone is going to be eyeing for. So as of now, that's pretty much it for game number 3. I'm looking forward to see more games come in for now. But once again, this is going to be the Rise of Legion South APAC grand finals in the making with 3 maps in goal for today. We have 3 more to go. We are going to be taking a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we are going to be back with map number 4. See you guys right after this.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just finished Game 3, and as we get ready to amp up for Game 4, Icy here is going to tell us a little bit about the current standings. Any team we should be watching out for, Icy, and who is currently the king of the hill?
Yep, it's gonna be it's great to be back, and of course we have a little bit of overall standings, a little bit of switch up as well. Even though we kind of predicted by the start of the day, Reignite and Revenant seems to be the top team to be watching out for, but little did they know that the one sneaking behind and currently in the #1 spot is gonna be DNZ as of now with 38 points in total with first place, followed up by Burger in game number 2. In second place with 33 points. Emmanuel on third place with 32 points. North Esports is going to be 29 points on fourth place, and Reignite down towards fifth place with 26 points, sharing it with NXL as well as 26 points, Revenant 25 points, and SNG 25 points, and EXO 22, Dewa 21. So pretty much 10 teams have break the 20 points barrier in 3 games, with DNZ 38, Burger 33, and sorry, we only the top 3, which is DNZ, Burger, and Emmanuel, 30 points in the making. So, like I said, anything can happen between these 10 teams to make it a #1 spot. And so far, it has been neck and neck in this top 3. So I'm looking forward to see how map 4 is going to go, because we are jumping straight into Storm Point for map 4 in the grand finals.
Storm Point, a map which, as we were sort of saying at the end of Game 2, is a map which really favors either hyper-aggression or complete stagnation, where you don't fight anyone to the final zone, with no in-between. And so what it means is we usually have some very chaotic games. Thus far, though, no one seems to be no one seems to be set up, and no one seems to be taking in an early engagement.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing about going for this kind of split pushes as well, right? Based on this circle itself, the south side is going to be a little bit of a long stretch for them actually stretch their way through. Revenant, they are going to be sticking to the south side. Dewa going to southwest as well. We do see Reignite going for C-Node Cave, but the circle seems to be a little bit balanced onto its western approach. So we are going to be seeing a little bit more of a, I would say, open fuse fight rather than the usual normal one. We don't have a specific name I don't have a specific name for this next phase circle, but right in the middle is where you are going to see a lot of jumpers being abused, maybe even a couple of rat spots as well. I think once upon a time there were a couple of rat spots where you can hide in the water, where nobody can see you and you can see everyone from right under the water.
Thus far, there's not been a single fight yet, really, has there? I'm really surprised by this. I always found that when you are in a map where you know who your targets are, that usually leads to much more aggression.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? After playing a couple games, you kind of adapt to each other's playstyle, right? You have to figure out what's the composition. They eventually will get used to everyone's playstyle because you're playing the same people over and over again. So even Reignite, even though they are one of the stronger teams coming into this game, they must have realized that these are no pushover teams to actually rest around as well. So I like how Reignite is taking the approach to say, hey, we're focusing on spiders, we're focusing on prowlers potentially to build out those evo shields, as well as getting a couple of loots on top of it all. So it's not the best way. It gives a lot of information, but given the circumstances, I would say I would rather go for a purple shield fight rather than being quiet and ratting your way into the next game itself.
Now, Reignite, a team which we expected great things from. We've had a very quiet last couple of games. I'm looking to redeem that now with a quick clear of the little PvE example of Apex. Now, Revenant maybe due a few shots from a bow here. However, they do spot out their attackers. Bomber boys get ready to be the ones to lead this charge. That bow not quite landing their shots. Instead, though, they do have the they do have a triple take, which happens to move a bit quicker than a bow.
This feels like a repeat from the earlier Storm Point map as well. Revenant Esports, they got the jump on towards Bomber Boys, and this time it seems like Bomber Boys, they wanted a revenge. So it seems like it's gonna be early grief from the get-go, but at the same time, is it worth it? Because as of now, Revenant, they've got a pretty good spot to actually anchor down, but considering that how the circle is about to shift, they have to make the next move, and it's going to be very difficult to do so because the longer they stall each other's time, it is going to put a big dent into the macro aspect of the game later on. But look at this, Revenant, they were able to get nice beams, and that is going to be Bomber Boys needing to run for their lives. And because of this, they are going to be getting chased from Revenant Esports now from behind.
Revenant, we're going to be hot on their heels here. With the Valkyrie ult, I actually wouldn't mind them seeing committee the Valkyrie ult, just to try and catch up with them. Bearing in mind that I doubt this team has much meds left.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very, very difficult. I'm really surprised that Revenant, they were able to get like fully stacked car heavy ammos, especially on the 30-30 on car for Maxus. It's very risky, but at the same time, you have to save out those ammunitions, right? Like the Valk out is great for chasing and all, but I don't think they want to losing out a potential third party, knowing that they might get messed up from a different game. But as of now, ATH, they are going to be hunkering down as well. We are going to be seeing the Watson crypto composition again coming from them. It's good if they get a nice house. It's terrible if they are forced out of the zone because they've got no GB dome at all. But they are going to take advantage of the crypto drone, try and look around to find information. But it seems like they do have the information from Lalabang. But I don't think there's much they can do out. Like, they're just playing a defense comp from the get-go. There's just nothing much they can do as of yet.
We're not the first ones here. Eyes peeled for both.
That's rotation now. And crypto, as you mentioned, you're not too big on. On the contrary, I'm actually a huge fan of crypto. I think that extra info gather is just amazing.
I agree. You know, crypto is just very, very situational as well. They did nerf it a little bit, buff it here and there. I feel like crypto kind of works really, really well in King's Canyon rather than Stormpoint and Wolf's Edge. Maybe Stormpoint can still get away with it, but that's the thing. If you're acting on information, is good and all, but they've got a Valk and a crypto. So technically, that's two recon legends and foregoing a defense legend, which is either the GB, the Caustic, or maybe even Newcastle in that regard. So I feel like them acting on information means that they need fast rotations, but they have got to be fast because if they don't find a good spot to anchor down, they are going to get messed up no matter what. So, and I would say 9 out of 10 times, you are going to be caught in spots where you are going to be forced out of houses every single damn time. So very, very difficult comp to play it, but if they pull off, it works. If they get a good nice spot, it works for sure.
Remember, DNZ currently in first place after a victory last map. They're still in this game right now. X10, the team we're currently spectating, they're left in 15th. They have not had the start of this tournament they'd have wanted. But we are still only on round 4 of 12. And of course, 6 will be played today, 6 will be played tomorrow. There is still very much a chance here for X10.
Yeah, anything. It is very possible. They still need at least 2 champions, at least to actually kind of shove their way up to the top spot. It's still too early to call them quits for all the teams itself, right? So, but what I do know is Stormpoint is just all about waiting game. It's all about rotations. It's all about long range fights as well. You can see X10 going for those kind of preemptive measure. If let's say, oh, he heard a drone. If the EMP comes in, they don't want to lose up those shield cells. And look at this, they've only got like 2 shield batteries. And the reason why they're dropping those armors is that if you wear your armor and the drone comes in, you strip it off on the get-go, you will still lose the armor. But if the armor was on the ground before the drone begins, you are not going to lose those evil shields. So managing resources is going to be the way to go, but at the same time, it's tough. And this is why I say that some teams prefer getting a Loba in Stormpoint just because of resource management in these kind of scenarios.
BRB. Still, I'm surprised actually, considering the use of the crypto, they have had very little info. Every team is actually just hiding in buildings and avoiding it. So maybe there is reason to have the crypto. That is a nasty angle through the tree there, which I think Strafing Flame was trying to get there. Fortunately, it won't quite work out, and instead, they're probably going to be seeing a Valkyrie ult in just a moment if they're still not able to get any info past this.
Yeah, that's gonna be the case as well. I feel like they do have a rough idea where X10 is, especially coming from BRB, but they eventually need to kind of figure out what's the next go-to plan, right? It's still only the first circle, but we do see already a couple of Evo farming coming from Team Golden as well. They've got a pretty decent spot down to the middle. It's not the best circle you want to be in as of now, but I don't know. It's just waiting games after waiting games, right? It's just a lot of uncertainty and unexpected occurrence that may or may not happen. But what I do know is now, open screen, we do see the circle coming in. So everyone is already in the middle. So there's a lot of room to work with. So I was hoping maybe the circle down towards the south side a little bit more. But as of now, I think that whoever is on the sides is going to benefit the most. And I feel like well out is going to be very, very important if you're playing the south terrain of the circle, or maybe even the east terrain of the circle, if the circle decides to shift on towards this huge cluster of a team right in the middle. And I don't know, man, like 2 games in a row, we are going to be expecting a huge mess of, I don't know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 party legends on the northwest side of the circle. It's tough, Kramer. That's kind of messed up.
I'm amazed that no one's died in that ring yet. Bearing in mind, as you mentioned, about 9 teams there, all of them within eyesight of each other.
Yeah, they've got to be the biggest coward in this game. They've got to rat their way through, right? We've talked about resource management from the get-go, and I feel like based on these scenarios, when it comes to resource management, it all comes down to whether or not can they manage it well. And based on this circle itself, there's just not a lot of terrains where you can actually loot up. So that's why you can see Revenant, they got a good drop, they've got a good vantage point as well. And this is a spot that I really like if you want to go anchor down its way through. They might actually force a couple of Prowler's nests to actually stock up some ammunitions, but I think Revenant is in a very, very comfortable spot compared to other teams who are kind of stuck in the north side of the terrain itself, Kramer. But Revenant now, they do scout other people. They are going to try and farm their Evo shields, but they are all triple purple for now.
Triple purple, and that distance between purple and red is really significant. You're not really bringing it up to red unless you fully commit to a fight and you're landing kind of full mag bursts with your R301. Luckily, Revenant, they've got R301s, and they also have the means to actually get to a fight. So let's not rule them out yet. To Reignite, the team they're trying to engage with, let's be honest, there are definitely easier opponents to take a duel with.
Yo,
we'll also
I'm a little bit curious. Zero's got 100 damage, but he's got a red armor. I think they probably might have chipped away a little bit too much damage on those spiders and prowlers, and maybe even went for an Evo shield upgrade, because I don't think it's possible for you to get a red armor that early on, but I think that's what they went for. They went for the jungle strategy coming from Reignite, and it seems like they are going to be going for the bulk out. This is what I'm talking about as well. They are going to try and rotate in, but I don't think it's the best timing to do so, because even though they are gatekept by Revenant, them hot dropping on the teams on the north side is going to put them in a very, very difficult spot. But as of now, they're going to be taking the slow approach to try and tank their way through, but seems like they are going to be force dropping in this scenario. They get a nice rotation, but they can't seem to cross the border. So now they are going to be in a very, very difficult spot coming from Reignite.
Yeah, taking this duel is going to be so important. And you need to take this duel without being crunched on, without becoming a linchpin here. DreamFire, you see this setup, right? They're expecting a push to come their way. They're waiting for a team to accidentally stumble into them. And now for Reignite, they're doing just that. They're running into a team.
Oh no, there's just a lot of red spots as well. We do hear gunshots coming from the nest as well. You can see Reignite, they're just farming their way through. They're just getting up those Evo shields. But the question remains, every team is waiting for the zone right now. You can see everyone is at a standstill. We do hear gunshots. I'm pretty sure that's just Reignite focusing on those spider nests, but where is the circle going to be shifting right now? Because it's okay. Everybody there is safe for now.
Oh my. Okay. You couldn't ask for a better zone, could you? Yeah, actually couldn't.
You know who I feel bad right now? Reignite, because they don't have those welcomes and they have to push in, and they've got a gatekeeper down south. This is a tough one to push in, but they managed to inch away. They are going to be forcing a fight right now to go up against the contestant. They need to whittle down these numbers. There's still 19 squads across this map. They need to take out somebody as well, and this caustic coming in is going to stop them in its track as Reignite is about to break down this fight here, Kramer.
They are, and I love how I love their methodology for getting through this building. Destroy an area, gas it out, force their opponents back, and as they do so, again, Burton, lovely trigger discipline there, absolutely eradicates it this brief time the door is open. He's actually able to remove the shields on 2 players there. He does lose his shields in the process, but it doesn't matter. He's got teammates for a good reason. Zero is going to be there to pick him up. Sharky also pushing into the fray here, looking to take a fight where he can. Sharky actually very low on HP at this point. Elsewhere, they're taken out. High dynamic. They were the ones trying to hide. They were the ones trying to gatekeep. How dare you gatekeep? How dare you gatekeep Reignite? They're about to show you the error of your ways now.
Yup, it's gonna be a 2v1 push as well. Reignite, the big beam coming from Chamber does just won him half the fight as well. But seems like it's gonna be a 1v2 situation. 2v1, but Zero, he loses his life. Shucky, he stuck it, but instead he canceled. Now he's gonna go with the 1v1 situation. But guess what? This is gonna be a re-engage coming, a little bit of miscom coming from Reignite, and because of that, they weren't able to go in for the fight. And like you said as well, the third party comes in, high damage ran. They get it to pick off and Reignite. They take the full bros and they get eliminated. Oh no! Reignite, the miscom came in and they get completely shit on, and oh, you hate to see this happen to them. You hate to see this. And it's not even over because Revenant is gonna be the ones that mess up their game, and high dynamic ran. They're gonna be in a 2v3 situation, but look at the Arcstars coming in. They might take down Dragon. Yes, he's gonna get taken out. And Harashi once again left to defend on his own with this poor caustic plays. Oh, you hate to see it, but Revenant, they get the KPs. They want to clean out this house on the south. It's gonna be a 3v1 situation. What can you do? Absolutely nothing, as Revenant will be the victors of the south.
What a calculated play from Revenant there, to be able to get your third party to land just as both teams disengage, to do it just as both teams are low on HP, and more importantly, to be the ones to kill Reignite, your main rivals. To be able to shut them down now, with as many kills as they do, currently the kill leader, this is turning into a godlike game from them. Elsewhere, DNZ are victors from our previous game, currently ranked 1, are looking to take out another team, 2 players full. There's the wipe, PROJECTXXX, they get overwhelmed. DNZ continue to try and make a bid to keep their throne here.
Yep, and look at this. They've got the perfect red spot for this next zone. And guess what? They have the welcome. All they gotta do is just wait out the final moments of the zone and then ape on whoever gets messed up, while the rest of the teams are gonna be making the play. 12 squad remains. Emmanuel gonna be on the top side of this circle as they have to play around this vicinity. And this is gonna be a little bit of a difficult spot to be in, especially here in Checkpoint itself. They've got high grounds, but they cannot afford to give in. And this is a Emmanuel special. We've seen them win in Stormpoint game number 2. They always find those high ground the advantage, and they are going to be looking to punish it and abuse their high ground advantage as much as they can later on.
Look at NXL here. They realize they're on the low ground. They realize how dire it can be being forced onto the low ground. But where's their opening? Where's their way up? Because as it stands, there is such a significant amount of control on these rooftops, particularly from teams that we haven't seen too much of. And even EXO Clan, a team who has not done much at all game, a lone player sort of sitting out in the back lines, seeing what they can follow it up with.
Okay, everybody knows that high ground is going to be so much very important. This is where Bangalore really excels as well with the smoke. But down on low ground as well, NXL, they wrap out the teams down below, and that's going to be BRP eliminated on 12 plays. As here comes the DG threats coming in. They want to abuse those smoke plays, and they will get punished on top of it all. So this is NXL going for a very cheeky rat strategy, and it's actually working out. They've got those DGs, they've got those smokes, and they're looking to capitalize on situation. And I don't think a lot of teams realize the adaptations coming from NXL, and this is huge because this is gonna mess up a lot of people's sight and vision control. And unfortunately to say, a lot of teams also crafting those digital threats as well as car to try and make things work in this map itself. But here comes the skirmish. Hey Emmanuel, they're getting shoved away from their high horses as they are gonna get swamped in from the sides. But Emmanuel, they come over top, they get the knock, and they are looking for the reset. However, on the KPs as well, HAIWAAN Gaming also going to be eliminated on 11th place for now as the chaos is beginning in this match, Kramer.
It's only just beginning as well. There is so much more to come now, and here comes here comes every bit of util that can be dropped. DNC, they get eliminated on a current kill leaders removed, which means we need someone else to take the throne. The throne is vacant. Make your bids, make your claims to royalty. Our next zone means that the likes of Emmanuel will have to move here, but move to where X10 Crit, another team that have been very quiet but have been lurking, laying in wait in the sidelines, waiting to see who should be slowly assassinated and plucked out from this lineage.
Yep. Emmanuel now going to be going for those aggressive plays. He's looting up all those vests to try and go for those armor, so quick armor swaps very quickly. But they've got 1 minute left, and Emmanuel, they're trying their best to actually shut down and do a lot of damage here to abuse all those broken vests. And that's going to be the play they're going to go, but they have to shift into the next phase of zone. Meanwhile, from EXO Clan down towards the west side as well, they managed to get a couple of trades, and this is the play we're talking about. This is the EXO special that we have been eyeing for. Ziki looking to go for the flush as well, but EXO Clan, they're going for the ape and they're going for the goal double dome, but instead Kilo Pulse gets popped off and Dexter Ziki is nowhere to be found. But Ziki says, no worries, my brother, I've got your back. I'm gonna go for the Havoc. He's looking for the wipe and he gets the wipe. The armor swap comes in. They need to pick up Kilo, but they've got no GB dome. They need to make a run. RNT is gonna be here to actually aim on them as well, but Revenant, no, in some trouble, going for a pickup. Ziki looking for the bomb, he gets one, he's looking for the third. Can he kill the finish? Yes, he will, and that's gonna be Revenant Esports taken now on 7 plays, and EXO Clan strides in this fight. Oh my goodness, what a play from EXO.
They remove any threat from the southwestern point in the map entirely. They take 2 clans on at once and survive. And they live, all 3 of them live to tell the tale. And for me, Ziki right now is coming out to be the MVP of today. For now, another team drops onto them, but how good will it be? I'll tell you what, not very good at all. EXO, they continue this rampant devastation. Team Goated, the next kill added to their list. Their tally now starting to get scary as they now set their gaze to another team on the low grounds.
Oh no, Bangalore smokes are going to be very, very helpful as of now. EXO Clan looking to right smoke and set up those kind of cheeky DG plays. But as of now, they are going to be A-okay, but they still don't have a lot of room to work with as they need to push out next phase zone. 5 squads left remain, and Team Burger, also one of the top contenders in the top 5, looking to solidify their spots in Storm Point as they try to go in for the next push. They've got a R301, R99 up on towards MT. He's only got 90 light ammo yet, so he needs to save up his ammunition for the crucial plays before that happens.
A lot of util being deployed here. Just trying to keep this team at arm's length, but no one's taking a fight yet. No one wants to risk giving up their position. NXL, remember, only in such a difficult position. They need these high ground players to move first, but they're just not shifting. They're not budging.
Yep, Emmanuel. I think Emmanuel's got one of the best high ground potential right now, and so far they're just being very, very suppressive. I'm really surprised there are not a lot of smoke points to actually tunnel vision them, just because Northside has just a little bit lesser room. But Northside Esports is the only one that can actually throw them off guard. So it's going to be a match between Northside as well as Emmanuel. But still, it's going to be tough because as of now, Northside Esports, they've got the Valk out. They don't have a GB dome to go for the Valk out. But with the smokes coming in, being launched onto them from the other teams, this is actually building up some cover. You can see Nuku is looking to go for the ape as well, but Emilia from Night Esports, he gets aped on, so it's gonna be Nuku looking to go for the hover, and seems like he has no other choice. Meanwhile, Emmanuel, they don't look at him, they don't pay attention. He's gonna be able to sneak right straight through, but now he's got to go for the ape. GG arc push. He's all by himself. He's surrounded by everyone. Where does he go? Nowhere. He's gonna be boomed out in 5th place, and NXL, they won't pay the price. They played the longest as they can, but they are gonna get completely aped on as Emmanuel drops down for this fight, down towards the final 3. GB domes are gonna be set his way. EXO Clan looking to force the fight, and a big crack coming from EXO, and that is huge. Everyone from that side is bowing out to EXO. This might be an EXO game, and yes it is. EXO Clan is gonna be the champion for map number 4. Ooh-wee.
There is no surprises there from EXO Clan. We said in the pre-game, we need the likes of EXO, we need the likes of Emmanuel to keep their consistency, to challenge Reignite, to challenge Revenant, and maybe give us a much more contentious first day. And well, EXO, my god, did they deliver. Ziki has had such a good day. From absolute decimation in our last game to being able to help spearhead the destruction in Game 4. This is all thanks to some masterful plays on that Valkyrie. And I mean, if any other team now is looking at this scoreboard, I guarantee you, EXO, they have absolutely topped this game. The question now is how close do they get to DNZ, and do they get within spitting distance of that first place?
Oh my goodness, this is only for the 4th map here in the grand finals. You can see how tight the game has gotten. It is just so much unexpected, so much uncertainty, so much surprises that came into the grand finals. And yes, Kramer, I do agree with you as well. Ziki, one of the standout players coming from EXO, especially in Storm points, 2 games in a row. This might be their map to score some serious points by the end of today. And there's gonna be one final Storm point, I think. Later on by the end of today, if they want to rack up some points, now is a good time. But what I do know is that them getting the champion is going to put them in the contention for that top 4 spot as well by the end of today. So hopefully, all things considered, it is going to go well for them. However, it's not going to be the same to say it for Reignite as well as Revenant, because they got completely shut down multiple times. But of course, these are going to be some of the match highlights in case for those guys watching at home have missed out in the entirety of this action.
You're right, and I mean, the main highlight for me was the third party from Revenant onto Reignite. The fact they were able to calculate when Reignite would just be entering, and then just taking that fight allowed Revenant to not only clean up both Reignite, they also got to clean up Bomber Boys in the process. So they get 6 kills for the price of 1, essentially. Really, really strong round from them.
Yeah, I like the adaptations coming with the Bangalore plays. Right? We didn't see too much Bangalore plays for the first Storm points, but that's like the reason why Bangalore is kind of in this very, very awkward situation is because it can limit high ground vision, and you can take advantage of those digi-trades. We did see how kind of Northside Esports kind of struggle to kind of capitalize on the situation, and I'm not gonna lie, the circle didn't exactly favor them, but the constant pressure, I think, from the smokes coming from EXO is one of the reasons why they were struggling to capitalize on these kills on the bottom side. EXO Clan, they realized that they need to clear out the bottom side. They need to clear out the sides before they go in for the final push, and they were able to do so. So this was a big W from EXO, choosing their fights very, very wisely and making it to the next phase of zone. So that was a lot of skirmishes, but eventually it all comes down to a little bit of luck as well. And I think EXO just capitalized on that as well, because there was a big ape coming from Emmanuel, there was a big ape from the final 2 teams, and they were just getting free hits and free damage across the board. So a big W coming from EXO Clan, understanding and choosing their fights really, really well.
Yeah, and they also chose to push really well as well. Their positioning was what enabled them to have such an effective presence when it actually came to those fights. A really, really strong game from them. And with that victory, bear in mind this was accompanied by a lot of kills. I think this is probably a 25-point plus game from them, which is going to help massively when it comes to mitigating some quieter games they had to start the day.
Yeah, and when it comes to the scoreboard as well, why don't we just jump into the scoreboard for map number 4, because it is going to be up on screen as of now, and I believe EXO is going to be on the top. Yes, it is. It's going to be Twin. Oh my god!
Okay. We knew they were good. I don't think we knew they did that good. Holy cow. And, I mean, EXO just dominated that match, apparently.
Yo,
Holy
that's
cow.
17 kills in that map. They were one of the big gatekeepers of the map itself. Emmanuel going to be on 2nd place. Beautiful high ground plays as well. 16 kills for them. Even though they got the 2nd game finished, there was a big W. NXL WolfPack 3rd place with 16 points. Team Burger on 10th place. Revenant Esports still somehow getting 5th place with 7 points. Team Golden on 6th, DNZ on the bottom, and Northside Esports, even though in the top 5 finish, they've got placements, but no KP whatsoever. 4 points for them. ATH getting 3 points. X10 Crit 10 on 10th place with 2 points, and the rest on the other side is just 2 and 1 and 0 points. But I don't know about this, but it feels like this map itself, it is an EXO Clan, Emmanuel, NXL WolfPack, and Team Burger 4-way special in this entire game. Sorry, not even Team Burger. It's actually the top 3 with the highest KPs throughout the map, and I don't know what happened, man. Were you expecting this coming from the group stages, Kramer?
I was expecting EXO Clan to do a bit better than anyone may have projected. I think they had a pretty good showing in our qualifiers. Team Burger though, they were very quiet. They sort of did enough to qualify, and that was that. Now they're in the playoffs. They have really woken up, which I'm very glad to see.
Yep, and the funny thing is about these two teams is that EXO Clan is representing from Thailand, likewise coming from Emmanuel on top as well. So it seems like it is going to be a Thailand special on top of an Indonesian special in that map. So with NXL representing from Indonesia. So I don't know, man. Like, it seems like the C teams are striding waves here in the tournament itself. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be able to maintain that top spot by the end of today. The grand finals, it is going to be two days in a total, and that's going to be a total of 12 maps being played. So far, 4 maps has played out. What is your favorite moments, Kramer, before we close things out for the break?
Right now, I've got 2 kind of zicky moments from EXO. The first one was that 2K he got on the I think game 3, where he just wiped a team, and of course his whole performance on map 4 there was just incredible. Hopefully, we'll be able to see more of him though after this brief break.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We're now moving into Game 5 with our scoreboard being turned on its head. We have first place being taken every other game, it seems, which is brilliant if you were looking forward to a bloodshed. Unfortunately, if you were rooting for a team, then this may be a heartfelt couple of maps for you while we wait to see who will be leading the day in that first place position. Of course, I can't talk you through this alone. I'm your caster Kreba3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. On the topic of Icy Baby, we saw a very cool game from EXO there.
Exactly, and with that map 4 finish here, based on my current overall standings as of yet, EXO is currently leading number 1 with 51 points, followed by Emmanuel on second place with 48 points, DNZ on 43, tying it with Burger, also going to be 43, and NXL from 5th place is going to be 42. So these are the only 5 teams that has made break past the 40 mark barrier out of all 4 games. So yeah, all in all, these are the only 5 teams that has an average of 10 points per game. So consistency is key. These 5 teams have got it as of now.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, EXO, currently that rank 1 spot, as you mentioned, they've got better and better throughout today. We saw particularly their Valkyrie of Ziki. He has got better and better. And even in that last game, that sort of built to a symphony when he finally was able to just unleash. I think he had about 4 mags out of an R301 and I think about 3 bullets missed total. He absolutely decimated anyone who even looked the wrong way at him. And as we enter game 5, if I'm one of the teams lower down on the scoreboards, my focus now is to make sure EXO aren't given enough space.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well. But as of now, based on the stats here, EXO has pretty much won a big win in both their Storm Point map, right? Like map 4, they were able to get a champion, but map 2 as well, they were second place with 6 kills. So they were able to record some serious points in Storm Point. So that's going to be a comfort pick coming from them. But from the side of this map as well, Kings Canyon itself, I feel like EXO, they do struggle a little bit in this map as well, because both the King's Canyon map that they have, they both bowed out with on 12th place. Sorry, EXO has bowed out 2 times in 12th place with only 2 to 3 kills in both the maps. So hopefully with this final World's Edge, they are going to be able to improve their standings a little bit better to solidify their spot in #1 for Team EXO.
All right, and for looking at this split around the map, it's once again a very quiet start, and it's just bewildering to me that we're seeing such a passive start from so many of these teams, bearing in mind that kill points, as Reignite showed in our qualifiers, are everything.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the game that we are going to be watching out for as well. But the circle comes in, seems like it is going to be on towards landslide as well. Fragment. I don't think the circle is going to be a lava fissure again. I don't want to see a lava fissure countdown because that is an absolutely big sausage fest earlier on today. So I don't really want to see that happen again. So I want to see a little bit more on the balanced gameplay for now. But what I do know, Emmanuel is also going to be running in top 2. So they are doing pretty decent for now. And this drop so far has worked out for them. HAIWAAN game, not so much on the other hand. They are in the bottom of the standings, in the bottom 2 for the entirety of all the 4 maps.
All right, and for HAIWAAN, a team that have been very, very quiet actually from the start here. I would love to see them potentially get a chance in the limelight, and with Warlord on the high ground, I think they know there's a team in the vicinity. They just don't know where exactly. Also, PROJECTXXX, the team that we saw get completely decimated by, I believe, Reignite in that crunch from Revenant last match, looking to take a recovery. However, they've been spotted out. HAIWAAN knows they're there. A moment to acknowledge each other as neighbours. You doing all right, bud? How's the family? Well, HAIWAAN's about to remove him from his family.
This is gonna be a very, very cheeky spot to be in as of now. Like, rather early, they are gonna be forcing a fight down towards the dome. PROJECTXXX is going to be battling out against HAIWAAN Gaming. This is going to be a battle of the bottom for now. And it's all about the waiting game. And HAIWAAN Gaming, they're looking to box them in. They get the first knock onto a Z. So it's going to be a 2v3. It looks like the ape is going to come in. And PROJECTXXX, they're looking for those trades. The Spitfire comes in. They're able to trade 1-for-1. But instead, immediately get traded off. Now it's up to Ravi all by himself. It's a 1v2 situation. He's got the PK. He's got the purple bolt as well. He's got a nice 74. It's a 1v1. Valkyrie Spitfire versus the PK. And he gets another 101. He needs one more. And the Spitfire is going to lose out the match. He's going for those guys of GeekoPix as well. He's looking for the heals, but he's panicking his way through. He's got only 4 shotguns left. But he's going to be healing up himself. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. And it's all about a waiting game. The Spitfire versus the PK. Do you want to challenge the PK or the Spitfire? But it seems like Ravi is looking for the finish. The armor swap comes in, so it's going to be a reset coming in. Here comes a GeekoPix coming his way through. Looking for the battle pack as well. Here comes the spray. Shavi, full health. He's got the passive ability on this Watson. Here comes the fence as well, as he tries to finish them off. And Kenny going for the turn. The GB comes in. He's looking for the pick as well. But one right PK is all it takes. Can he go for the pre-fire as well? Nope. The knockdown shield blocks the shot. Ravi as well as the Watson just looking for the base. Is he going to force the issue? The Watson is going to coming in. Both just baiting as hard as they can. They do not want to afford to lose this right now. But here comes the full send coming in. The cancel await as well. But oh my god. 7 seconds left. They have to make the play. His teammates are dying. He's gonna force the issue, but here comes the spray down comes in. But Ravi, he gets completely shredded down with the flatline. And Ravi comes up on top from PROJECTXXX. But fortunately for them, the respawn is a little bit close for now. So they are gonna be able to get and reap their rewards for now. But unfortunately for HAIWAAN Gaming, they are gonna be one of the first few teams to bow out right now.
That was a laboured fight, let's be honest. But I tell you what, for PROJECTXXX, it doesn't feel like they were winners there, does it? It really doesn't.
that was close. Like one wrong move they could have died. Right? Like you can see Ravi was holding the PK and he gave the mental pressure that the Watson was so afraid to push. But hold that thought for now, because NXL is gonna go for a fight with Reignite. You can see Reignite, they're going for the dome fight and they wipe NXL. No way. NXL was top 5 and they just got wiped out rather early. This is not good for NXL at all.
Let's check this quadrant. Keeping an
Tell you what's great for though, Reignite, they are going to be over the moon with this. Being able to successfully not only claim one of the fragments, but also being able to get all the loot that was just brought to them there. It's going to put them in a really strong position. Revenant, another team that we've known is strong, are going to have to try and see what they can do now to get some early damage out onto any, or maybe even Reignite as well here.
Yep, feels bad for Reignite not getting the hitting the shot hit, but it was pretty much a no wreck, and that's not gonna be a happy sign for them. But hopefully it's gonna be able to transition them a little bit better later on. But Revenant Esports, they are gonna be playing, I would say a little bit more proactively when it comes to playing a little bit safe. But I don't know, it feels like going for a countdown is not the right play. But at the same time, considering how it went in the previous map, better early than sorry, I guess. That's going to be the case for Revenant Esports.
For Revenant, I wonder if there's going to be any kind of concerted effort to push here. Bearing in mind that there are so many teams that are all just split about this area, there's a very high chance that the chance the third party is going to be absolutely huge here. It just comes down to timing, and more importantly, it comes down to confidence, because for the likes of DreamFire, a team that have done well in the past, they probably are going to be wanting to take a fight with anyone who dare beats them.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very difficult to actually play this kind of scenarios, and I don't know, man. It feels like they have learned their lesson. They have adapted a little bit more from their previous two games, right? So it makes a lot of sense. There has been integrations in their gameplay. So some going a little bit faster in terms of rotation, some going a little bit slower. DreamFire as well as Revenant is gonna be one of those teams that has made to go for an early rotation rather than the usual, I would say, side circle plays. But okay, DreamFire, they get a kill on the sides with the Hemi. That's gonna be new Q, gonna be taken out. That's gonna be free KPs in the hands of DreamFire from the get-go. And it seems like everyone is gonna be focusing on countdown, but the circle is closing in. So I'm not exactly sure how the circle is gonna shape, but you can see that everyone is gonna be on the waiting game as well. But little did they know, EXO is also on the other side of countdown, gonna be playing the waiting game for this next phase of the zone. Kramer.
DreamFire aren't really taking a fight, surprisingly. But what I quite like for Team Burger as well, they know where the zone is, so they are sort of they're in the middle of everywhere here. They avoid a bit of early utility. Jaro is going to be pummeled a bit. But for Burger, they're sort of out in the open here, and they're in danger of being flanked, particularly from the likes of EXO, who, as we've seen in the past, definitely like their third partying.
Okay, seeing how the circle kind of shifted this phase, it seems like it is going to be a repeat from the previous map. So it makes a lot of sense why Revenant now, as well as EXO, wants that high ground. The same scenario where I think Emmanuel was able to get up some serious kills in this vicinity. So this is going to be something that we are going to be paying a little bit more attention. Dewa going to be playing on a slow approach as well. I'm a little bit surprised by Reignite's approach. I was expecting Reignite to play a very similar rotation from the southwest corner, but this time they went for the switch up. They realized that this is a huge cluster mess when it comes to decision making, and they realized that every team wants to play those compounds. They dodge it from a different angle. So different approach hopefully is going to work out for Reignite for this map. But what I do know, teams are already starting to gather in towards countdown for now.
Team Burger being very, very passive for the time being. They don't want to commit to any fights yet. And here's the jump now for Emmanuel. They realise that they need to get hightail on it. They actually just completely give up with fighting for this entire part of Fragment. They leave the teams there, and instead they look to just fly over to their next point. They fly to the next ring. Yes, they get tagged, they get harassed a little bit, but they survive, and that's what's important. Team Burger, in frustration, shoot fruitlessly at the skies. A band of plucky heroes left in the Fragment now need to make their way through what is going to be a gauntlet to run in order to get to this next zone.
Yeah, seems like they are going to be ratting their way through the landslide vicinity of the train station coming from Emmanuel, right? So that's going to put them a little bit of a dent by using their Valve out a little bit ulti early. They probably need those ultimate accelerate if they need to actually scale to his later stage of the game. But that's pretty much for Emmanuel's case, right? So what I do know is that now on the north side as well, I look at how Team Burger is positioning themselves. They realize that in the previous map, them going to the contest down towards the low ground on the countdown is very, very harmful towards them. They are going to be bleeding out a little bit too much when it comes to those kind of hues, right? Those shield cells, the stringers and etc. And because of that, they chose not to commit rather early. And it's only the second circle. Why would you risk putting your position in a very, very awkward position while you can act on info and then hope to rotate later on? So that's going to be the game plan as well, coming from most of this team. So we are going to be seeing a lot of stalemates for this next phase of circle. But okay, Team Golden, going to be in Lava Fission. Again, another Lava Fission fight, but not as congested as the previous Lava Fission.
Team Ghosted now in a pretty strong position. They're able to hold any rotations into the zone after this one as well. That beacon is going to give them so much information. And what I like from Team Goated is that they want to hold this next ring. They want to stop people from moving into it. The issue is they're very exposed at the moment. They can be shot from so many angles. And while they are putting all of their efforts, all of their resources into making sure that this team doesn't leave the lava generator, the issue is that the third partying kind of rampancy that we're seeing is so common that they should almost expect a team to come and third party them at this point.
Oh, Reignite looking for the early push as well. It seems like they have learned their lesson as well. Landslide is going to be the way to go. They have come up on top. They've got 4 kills on 0 with being the kill leader for Reignite. They have managed to found a little bit of a switch up when it comes to their decision making, and this is gonna help them so much because now they've got a very, very cheeky high angle. And look at this, Sharky is gonna, oh, okay, Sharky looking for the punish on this angle. This is one of the best spots to be in to punish and against kills, and Sharky is just taking advantage of the situation. But before this actually happens, this next phase circle, Reignite, they are gonna abuse that they have this high ground advantage. This was a spot that was completely ignored by every single team here in the previous games, and they are gonna look to capitalize it this time in this game. And this is how you know how quickly Reignite is adapting to the movements plays by every single game. So I don't know, man. Like, is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We gotta stick around to find out because we're down towards the final 15 squads in this next phase, and the circle is gonna be shoving Emmanuel, who struggled to push in for fragment. And this is what I'm talking about. Not having this Valkyrie out is putting them in a deficit. They've lost FWZO. Afro is gonna be there, but they're getting beamed across the map, and that is gonna be them. This might be it. And Esports with the Spitfire just raining havoc on them. Then this might be it for them, and he makes a run. And that's gonna be a solo rat coming in from Emmanuel. Coming in, and is it over yet? Is he still here? Wait, he's still there? No. Okay.
How's he alive? How did he survive for that long? And for Ant now, a team which again has been very quiet thus far, are now looking to make their exit. They're making their inroads to this position. DreamFire also really rough start now in this 1v1. A lot of damage done there, but is it enough? Switches to the melee, able to survive, able to get his teammates up. DreamFire, the only Chinese team in the tournament, I believe, just clinging on by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now let's take a look at the zone as well. You can see everybody's going to be shifting down below as well. Reignite already in the spot, but it seems like they are going to be playing the high ground vicinity. The X10 is going to be on the bottom side of Landslide. Meanwhile, Dewa is going to be playing the south side as well. We do see Revenant on the top left. EXO also going to be a top left on the countdown vicinity. So there is going to be a lot of gatekeys being set up. But what I do know is that there is going to be a lot of action and chaos. You can see a lot of gatekeepings are bidding across the map for now. And I don't know, DreamFire, they are still on the outskirts zone, but they have to play it safe because Ant is also going to be gatekeeping them on the high ground as well. But pay attention to the fights right now on the bottom left on the screen. We do see X10 getting pummeled by a lot of teams. As of now, as Reignite also going to be on the top side, they have to play this safe. They either zone out the members for Reignite or they zone out other people. But seems like DNZ is going to be taking the high ground as well. Reignite gets shoved away instead as they rotate to the next phase of zone. So this is a very, very difficult zone to play as there is just so many angles they need to check. Kramer.
A lot of damage being done here. And what am I talking about? The other Chinese team, of course, is DNZ. Yeah, one of our pretty good teams as well. God. But out is going to be a difficult position for DreamFire, who are being forced out by the zone here. Will they be able to actually keep their teammate up here? Is their Gibby going to survive? I don't think he is. Oh,
yeah,
I don't. Front man down now would suck.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very weird match as well, considering that DXL, they are playing I think DXL is playing DNZ's position from the previous game and Emmanuel's position. So it's gonna be a little bit of a different approach. But Esports, they were in the high ground. Looks like they are gonna try and aim onto his north side. They want to wrap around the people coming from Cam down before the next fight comes in. Esports going for the pop as well. Here comes the hip fire sprays. The crouch spams are coming in, and that's gonna be Esports wiping the floor with DreamFire, and that is gonna be them out of the equation. Down towards 11 squads left. They need to whittle down the numbers, but 1 minute left on the clock. The fourth circle has got the shift, and they have to make a decision right now from Esports. Do they push down or do they back off? Because as of now, they don't have a lot of options.
It feels like in both options as well, you are going to have to fight someone. There is no easy way out of this for Ants. They need to find a weakened team that they can third party to make their lives as easy as possible. But we can't guarantee that they'll get to that position yet, or if they'll get that position at all here. EXO, you have Dexter laying in wait, looking to potentially launch an ambush here. I believe Dexter's actually alone for Team EXO. But there is one other player there as well. Elsewhere, though, it's Ghost who seem to be fighting.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult to play, but 20 seconds left. Team Golden, they are going to make a run for it down towards the south side with this extra. It seems like they are going to rotate away from the action, but it's going to be tough. Look at this. They've got a gatekeepers right in front of them here as well. They managed to spot the truck coming in. They've got a little bit of cover, but not a lot of room to work. They still have the walk out available, so it all comes down to whether or not what are they going to do, because the team in front of them is not in the clear as well. They need to push into the next phase as well. And that's going to be the gameplay coming from Team Golden. Oh, seems like Valk is going to be coming in. Are they going to be able to survive this? They're playing this patiently. Follow the zone. Oh, they're going to wait this for the zone. All right. Patient, you know. We got to check out those jetpacks. You know, fuels are, you know, very cheap for Apex players. You can waste out on those, burn on those fuels, but now here's going to be a little bit of skirmish coming. Sorry, what?
Fuel is cheap to make, so I understand this. Rocket fuel as well, really cheap to make. As EXO Clan trying to do the amount of damage as much as possible. Gimme Fuel is going to be deployed. Shotgun in hand is unfortunately not quite able to avoid that. However, the harassment damage will be mitigated for the time being. Mitigated but not stopped, because EXO wants to go back onto the fight. Go straight through this, looking to do as much damage as possible. They're able to overwhelm their opponents. It's a quick shutdown. They get decimated. One player left now, duel with Ziki, and only one player to duel with on point blank. And actually, it's EXO who fall.
Oh my goodness. Feels bad for Ziggy, man. He's got double flat lines. He's looking for the one pump shot potential, but unfortunately the spray just didn't exactly help out. So Team Burger is going to be able to reap the rewards and take him out. So that's going to be a little bit of a winning potential for Team Burger to take the top spot. But what I do know is that there is going to be another fight down towards the other vicinity, and that is going to be in the map of Landslide. As you can see, X10 Crit is still holding down the low grounds as well. Reignite also still alive, I believe so. But this final 8 squads left, everybody's got to push towards the north, and that is not going to be an easy thing. It's open fields across the map, and DNZ on the top of that high ground is going to completely throw off everyone's game, and that's not going to be an easy thing to do.
Right, elsewhere, a lot of damage done by X10 here. 7 squads left. Bear in mind, this is a very small zone. 7 squads here. We're going to see a lot of fighting. We're going to see a lot of fighting quickly. There's a quick little down for X10. An extra little kill point they can take in their favour. However, we're still waiting to see what could be done for BRB here. It's Raki alone with being harassed by so many angles.
He's out of shield cells. He's forced to pop the Phoenix Kit. He's got 5 seconds left. He needs to make a run, and I don't think he can do anything. He's dead for sure. There's no way he survives this, because everyone on top, they are going to be shifting out and open. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but as of now, DNZ, they are going to be one of the biggest playmakers as of now. He's got Rampage with 123 heavy ammos. He's using it very conservatively to try and zone them out as much as possible. But I think on the edge of the zone, it is still going to be a little bit kills here, but as of now, look at this. Rocky is trying to inch his way through, but he is going to be beamed between both X10 as well as DNZ. That is going to be him paying the price. There's no way he survives that. 6 quads left. Reignite laying in low for the longest of time. Ant is still going to be alive as well, but DNZ, they got to move soon. The zone is going to be closing in. Is this going to be edge of the zone? It seems like it is going to be it as well. The X10, they're deciding if they want to push it. They've got the caustic gas, but they get beat from across the map. Ooh. Wrong move, bro. Wrong move. And that is going to be him losing a member. And X10, they need to go in for the save, but the GP outs are coming in to draw in on towards them. And X10, What do they do? Do they want to force DNZ or do they want to play this safe? Do they want to risk the GB res? Because DNZ is waiting for the right moment to pounce on X10 before this next phase is over. But now they finally force the dome. 36 seconds left. The circle is going to be closing in. DNZ, they have to make their choices right now. Do they want to fight them or do they want to jump down? Because as of now, it's all about those waiting games. Reignite still waiting patiently for the moment. They get beat by Reignite. They have to go for the reset. For 18 seconds left. Play this slow. It's all about a patient game as the circle is about to close. But Reignite, they're reaping all these rewards. They're uncontested right in the middle of it all as they try to get KPs across this chaos. Kramer.
They're desperately looking for an angle to work very much this whole time. X10 Crit launching absolute chaos from the high ground, having output I think about 2k damage in the last minute here. DNZ, one of our victors for our previous games as well, have to be very careful. They have their own little lip of a compound to work with to give them some dull form of high ground, but even then that may not be enough because they're going to have to move with the zone as well. Out goes the Gibby, followed by a lot of damage from the grenades here. Here comes the push now. This is going to be the next part to watch out for. DNZ can put one instantly down in the process though. We've got the rest of the series to help him out though. They cascade onto their opponents, but is it enough? They're wiped out. The NZ removed from the game. PROJECTXXX, they climb in. They look to stand by. They look to clean up. It's the clean-up crew. The janitors have arrived, and they show just as little mercy as DNZ. They continue to clean up this clan, but this whole time, they're at the map. Already has so much damage.
Oh, he's dead. He's gonna get wiped off. And the fourth party sausage fest is not gonna happen. But Reignite, they prevail strong, hiding in the trucks itself. It's gonna be a battle between Esports as well as Reignite. Not exactly sure who's gonna be the last as well, but it seems like we're down towards a rat with C with no help whatsoever. So it's gonna be a 3v1 situation. They find the rat, and this is gonna be the down towards the final two squad. N versus our Reignite. Jim Potter gets taken out, and N, they've got the number advantage. They're gonna go for the swap. They get traded as well. It all comes down to the shotgun fights, and with Bolin coming up on top with 1 HP, but Esports prevail as they take down Reignite in this map 5, being crowned the champion for this game. What a game from them.
What a game, and there are two teams in this, man, which I really think deserves some time in the limelight, I see, and that is PROJECTXXX and Esports. Esports, their timing to take attacks is absolutely perfect. PROJECTX on the complete other side of the spectrum, their only focus in life, their only objective in life is just to fight and just to kill. I think they fought constantly for the final kind of 2 minutes of that zone there.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like PROJECTXXX, they were able to wrap up a little bit of a mistake being played from DNZ. They pot a very, very big caustic out, but they weren't able to time their 3-man push together. And because that, every one of them got picked off individually in that fight. So it's just very, very unfortunate. And PROJECTXXX was able to get a lot of kills there. But I feel one of the biggest playmakers in that game was whoever took the high ground, right? It was initially
X10, absolutely.
I think it was up on a high ground landslide as well. Initially, it was held on by Reignite. Later on, it was held on by DNZ. And you saw how disruptive that spot is. And I like how there were adaptations across all 4 maps. You can see the teams are learning really, really fast. Reignite as well. We use the PROJECTXXX as well. They learn to read the movements of each and every other team. And you are starting to see a lot of habits and pattern from all these teams. And because of that, they were able to take advantage of the situation. But I feel a little bit bad for Reignite because they were right in the middle. They had one of the biggest gatekeepers in the middle of it all. They just forced everyone in this big force fights of third parties, but they weren't able to reap rewards in that situation. I was hoping to see a Reignite champion, even though they've got the first champion of the game. But of course, in case anyone missed out on the action, this is going to be the highlights coming in from game number 5 here at the APAC tournament, the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals.
You're right, and I'm really impressed with the fact that they were able to beat Reignite, with the fact that PROJECTXXX were able to take that fight and actually win it. Bearing in mind that Reignite, they had their own bunker. They had the legends to secure that bunker. They had the best equipment they could want, and they also were able to avoid that entire kerfuffle in that final zone. That game was made for them, and they still lost to PROJECTXXX, which makes, or they lost to Antiven, which makes that victory even more impressive.
Yeah, exactly, man. And Esports, they did a fantastic job on the east side as well. They were gatekeeping all the teams. I think one of the teams that suffered the most was Emmanuel, who suffered the brunt of the gatekeep from the east side. And eventually, they realized that they needed to wrap out every single fight on the north side. We did see a lot of fight down the south side, but eventually, and Esports was doing so much work on the north side, cleaning up all these fights, because eventually the south was where all this huge mess of a cluster fight like completely threw them off guard. Ziki even fell down, one of the star players that we did kind of anticipate. Even though this is not an EXO map coming from King's Canyon, from Wolf's Edge, but this was a stronger performance coming from EXO Clan compared to the previous Wolf's Edge patch they played. And this is the exact moment they were talking about earlier on by DNZ, a big mess up, and yeah, PROJECTXXX, they were able to come on top with that.
I'm interested as to whether or not Reignite have a change in playstyle. I actually kind of want to see them bring back the Rampart. I actually really want to see Reignite bring back the Rampart. Purely because they, it feels like they don't do enough damage. Like, in the rounds they win, it's because they go on these huge kind of elaborate killing sprees. But, yeah, even here, only six kill points. That's really low by Reignite standards.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case as well, considering that there is going to be a little bit of a no-rec issue as well. We did see a couple of no-recs coming from Sharky earlier today. It makes a lot of sense, but they played the best of their abilities. I feel like this is still a small win, but eventually there's still more matches to come, right? Consistency is key. Reignite, they finally found their rhythm a little bit more, so it's going to give them a little bit more points to push up to the top side a little bit more. But what's really surprising was like Team Burger being one of the more consistent teams as well, because they were also in the top 4, one of the few teams, the top 5 teams before this match to break towards the 40 points mark as of now. So with this, it is going to help them a little bit more to solidify for the more games to come. So it is going to be a battle of attrition. It's going to be a battle of stamina, and it all comes down to whether or not can they make it the top side. And Esports, this is their first big win. 24 points. They were in the bottom of the standing with 18th place with only, 5 points? With this 24 points, it is going to shoot them into the 29 points, but still, they need more good games if they want to go up in the running to try and contest the top 5 spot.
You're right, and I honestly think that there's a world here. I'm sort of trying to do it off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure EXO just about keep their first place here. I think DNZ didn't quite do enough to usurp them, so EXO Clan, they're keeping that rank 1 as we now set up and brace ourselves for the final map of the day. Having ballpark estimate, I see this as a hard question to answer, but having seen all our teams, do you have a prediction as to who's going to be taking our 6th map?
Okay, I'm just gonna play it safe here. Statistically, I'm a stats guy. So far, everyone has been doing well, but in Storm Point, EXO has one of the highest placement points in Storm Point itself. So my money is gonna be on EXO again on match number 6, but I want to see Reignite adapt to this. So far, they're doing really, really well in Wolf's Edge. Storm Point, not their strongest map. So I'm looking forward to see whether are we going to see adaptations of some of the teams. But all in all, I'm looking forward to see more APAC Legends games. And so far, it has not disappointed me here in the Grand Finals. But before that, for these guys watching, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And this is, you guys are currently watching the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Kramer. And we are going to see you guys right after this short break for the final map of today. See you guys right after this break.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends for APAC South and Southeast Asia. We have got our final game of the day, in which we have about 3 or 4 teams who are all gunning for that first place prize. Icy will talk you through that in just a moment. And of course, I'm your caster Kramer 3, and I am joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1, 2. And on the topic of these 3 teams moving up now, who are you watching out for?
Ooh, there's gonna be a lot of teams to be watching out for here, but currently they are all in the top 5. And to give you guys a little bit of on the overall standings as of now, after a whopping 5 maps has been played so far, EXO is still on the top spot with 60 points, followed by Burger Esports with 57 points and DNC on 50 points, Emmanuel top 4, 49, and Reignited on 43 points on 5th place, followed by NXL on 6th place with 42. So these are pretty much the 6 teams who's break past the 40 mark barrier. Revenant only on 7th place with 36, but honestly, the teams that we're watching out for are pretty much the names that I've just listed down to potentially win it. So to give you guys a little bit more insights on how things have been breaking out as well, is that Team EXO, they have won they've been doing really, really well in this final map, which is going to be Storm Point itself. The first Storm Point of the day, they were second place with 6 kills, and their second Storm Point was first place with 17 kills. So EXO is going to be one of the bigger highlights coming into this match. But I want to give a little bit more credit towards Burger Esports. This is a team we didn't talk too much about throughout all 5 games, is that out of all 5 games, they have been consistently making top 5 placements in every single game. And 4 out of 5 of the matches, they've made it with 4th and 3rd place. So that's a lot of placement points coming from Burger Esports, and that's why they are on the top 2 place. So I'm looking forward to see how the adaptations is going to be coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is map 6 in Storm Point with this new flight path coming in.
The other thing I want to mention when it comes to the team of Burger is they're the only ones here who can really combat EXO. EXO in first place with 60, Burger only 3 points short. The next jump is to 3rd place, and that's a good 10 points away from EXO. So right now, if EXO want to hold this 1st place point at the end of the day, they need to make sure that Burger don't survive.
I guess that's going to be the case for them, right? Considering that they have done really, really well in this map so far. And another big win in this final map, which this is going to be a comfort map for them, is going to be AOK. But this is different territories now coming from Storm Point. Earlier today, the first 2 maps of Storm Point has been on the northern region, which is something that favors them a little bit more coming from EXO. But now it's going to be shifting down south. And they have been playing on the southeast corner for the longest number of time. With an early rotation, I feel like it helps them a little bit more. But the same can be said that if you are early, doesn't necessarily mean that you will be the ones to get the worm. You're early doesn't seem that you will not be sandwiched to a certain degree. So that's going to be a little bit of a different approach. Hopefully, with a little bit of luck, things are going to be a-okay. But what's really interesting is that NXL seems like they are split off from the rest of the team. So this is going to be a little bit of a greedy approach because Zaratas is all by himself in the minimap, as he may or may not be caught out by members coming from BB or maybe even, I think it's PROJECTXXX that's going to, on the east side, Daniel Avocado.
It sounds like PROJECTXXX.
No, Bomber Boys, sorry, Bomber Boys, my bad.
Bomber Boys, that's it. What I want to mention is that right now, this first zone, all the way down to the south, is a really difficult zone to get to. You have to cover so much open grounds to actually get into it. It means that any team who's currently, or who has dropped to the south, is going to be in a really confident position. HAIWAAN, they lose a player instantly. Warlord is going to be downed. However, he will be able to be resurrected in relative safety here. Not here's the aggression. PROJECTXXX, they want to swarm HAIWAAN here.
What is going on with this early aggressions, man? PROJECTXXX running into all these early skirmishes from the get-go, and now they're getting third party on top of it all. PROJECTXXX, they may have won a couple of KPs, but they're losing their lives as well, as it all comes down to Ravi again. We've been here before. We've seen this happen, but it is going to be a 1v1 situation. This time, earlier today was with PROJECTXXX. Now it's going to be HAIWAAN Gaming against them. So, Shastri, he's going to be able to pick up Noxy, but it all comes down to whether or not Ravi finds him out. So it's going to be a 1v1. It seems like the smokes are going to be giving a little bit more camouflage, but Ravi, his information has been gathered. He needs to pick up his friend and also win his 1v1 again. So tough spot to be in as of now, Kramer.
Really tough spot here. Bear in mind that without a crypto, resurrecting players, especially from banners, is going to be so difficult. You know, the second that ship is called in, everyone's going to storm to it. Everyone's going to use it as a chance to get a few free kills. And for PROJECTXXX now, here's the damage starting to stack up. It's a loss of shields for Ravi, but instead, a disengagement comes in. Ravi now needs to pursue his opposition to try and force out a 1v1.
Yeah, I think Ravi is make the right call. He's got his double beacons. He's going to make a run for it as well. He's got the banner. But I feel bad for the other guy because, right, he's the 2 banners that is on top. I think Siva, he needs to go and save it. And it's going to be so difficult to do so. And while he needs to climb up on top of it all, guess who's lurking behind? That's going to be SNG in the vicinity to say hello. So, I don't know about the 2 reds, but 2 reds... rather early, 18 squads left, first circle. Not a good start for the Reds at all.
No, it's not. And SNG, they're a team that won't shy away from killing them. They're not a team that will shy away from going for kills and hunting these stragglers down. And you look at the low grounds here. There is a player trying to move. I think he was just spotted as well by the Gibby. Oh, that's problematic. They try to run. Can they run? Oh, just about. No. HAIWAAN eliminated, as is NXL elsewhere.
Yeah, seems like not exactly sure what happened in NXL, but SMG, they're gonna be happy by reaping a couple of rewards here. But you know who's the biggest winner for me? Ravi, because he's all by himself, and I don't think SNG knows that he's all by himself. So I think he's gonna be able to rat his way through. But like you said as well, respawn beacon is gonna be the way to go. If he goes for a respawn, the entire team is gonna swarm on it. And you know who's gonna be the first closest one? That's gonna be SNG, one of the biggest obstacles he's got to overcome. I don't know how Ravi's gonna survive that, but good luck to you, mate. Good luck.
A lot of damage going out from Ants here, just trying to get these shields up. Doing as much damage as humanly possible, but no one's actually challenging, no one's committing to a third party yet. It's actually quite a passive second ring here, I see, considering what you saw last map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that there are a lot of teams actually coming on this vicinity. They are trying to set up a couple of ambushes play on the northwest corner, but I don't know, it's just weird that everyone's just gatekeeping here. It's only the first circle. I think we saw like what, five teams in this vicinity. I think like dwindling down the numbers is the way to go, but this is rather early. But as of now, Revenant Esports once again on the south side, they are gonna get gatekeeped. And okay, X10 looking to pick a fight with Revenant despite bullying out. I think Gaming Boys was bullied out of this map as well. Bomber Boys, sorry. Bomber Boys was actually bullied out of this map, and now they have a new contender, and that's gonna be X10. And I don't think Revenant realizes this, but this is a complete different team from the previous team, and this time they are the ones that got pushed back instead, and they have to play safe for Revenant for now. Kremer.
Revenant looking for, it's like they're hunting for a fight here. They're looking for a fight. They're like some drunken brawlers, but no one's making eye contact. No one's inviting them outside. They've got to take the matters into their own hands here. And you also need to look at the rotations here. Both Revenant, both Ants and I believe SNG all need to come from this kind of northwestern side, which has this huge open ground once you have to cross the water.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very difficult to, especially coming from Barometer, right? But the question remains, what is this circle? Like, this is the first time we see a circle shift down south, and every single team is coming to the south. So I don't think Revenant is expecting this much company. They've got the upper hand, they've got a high ground, they've got a lot of rat spots to work with as well. It's one of the best space to hide, and it makes a lot of sense why teams want to kind of lean their way through in case things don't go well in their favor. But guess what? Revenant, they're getting contested on the other side as well, and like you said as well, SNG is going to be in the vicinity, and you can see charge rifles are being dwindled down, and Revenant Esports looks like they are going to back out and play it safe. They don't want to overly aggressively pick and get knocked off rather early with 16 squads left in the pool. So playing safe, saving up the utilities is going to be the goal, and currently they have no choice but to do so.
Revenant, it's like they want to push, but they haven't made up their mind yet. I'm still awaiting this attack to come, and all things considered, there's a world here where we actually just see Revenant and suddenly go passive for the rest of the map once they've got their red shields.
Oh, cheeky plays coming from Sheems as well. He knows that is going to be an animation lock, and he waited for the right moment, pumped the GB, gets free damage, and burns the utility. Cheeky, sneaky little boy, Revenant Esports. Farming damage as they go. They want to stack up some red shields before that happens. But what I do know, the circle is still in their favor. And we don't exactly know where's going to be the next zone. But Revenant, they are going to get contested still by SNG from the sides. And they still haven't made up their mind whether or not they want to commit to that fight. But wow, that's going to be on the south. Let's take a look at what the west is happening for now. It seems like Dewa United Esports is going to be coming in from Barometer. They've got the high ground. They've got the Valk outs. They've got everything they can ask for. But sneaking behind Dewa, we've got Easy Flash looking for the flank. You can see Bastion as well as Tweezy being as annoying and suppressive as they can. He's hoping that the caustic is going to be able to beam one across and get the one up on top of them, but seems like he's going to make his noise. He's setting up caustic traps, going for the exit as well, but here comes the jump, and that's going to be wide not taken out, and the caustic gets to isolate the fight. He got stuck with the R, but it doesn't even matter. They won half the fight, and Dewa United, all they got to do is just play it patiently, and they can clean out this 3v2 fight. And see, that seems to be the case for now as the stalemate comes in. Down the bottom, they're looking to block out the doors, and here he comes. The caustic gas are coming in. They're looking to go in for the ape. Dewa United flanking from all fronts. And how will they do this from the top side as well? Bastet is caught in 1v1 action. Can he win it as well? Yes, he will. Provided the assistance of his teammate. It is going to be a 2v1 situation. They lose Tweezy in the process, but they get the wraparound on the SNG Esports.
I love how Dewa, what they do there is they end up just splitting up and hitting that building from all corners. What's even better is the team they're attacking realize that they end up ganging up on Twizzy. They then full kill him. They first kill him, which means that they have to be respawned. There's a risk of another kill coming through. It also gives them a few extra points when they know they're already going to die. Really nice bit of decision making. Elsewhere, Reignite, Zero takes a bit of early damage. Bear in mind, they are once again dead center into the next zone.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate coming from SNG, right? Like, they heard the caustic trap. They thought he was his teammates dropping out caustic trap. So, a little bit miscom, but, you know, the one that actually benefited from them is going to be Dewa Esports, because the caustic was able to set up such a beautiful flag for that. And it's, however, now, next phase of circle, Reignite has been center circle throughout the entirety of the game. They do have the zone. I think they had the recon beacon in their favor 2 times in a row, so they were able to get a little bit more information faster than everybody else. But they have to push away, because in the south side, we do see X10 in the vicinity. I think far south is going to be Revenant Esports as well, who's going to be playing on the top side with those charge rifles. So that's going to be a fight they have to dodge if they want to play it safe, especially coming from Reignite. And so far, their approach of playing safe for the past few games has worked out. And hopefully in Storm Point, it is going to work out a little bit better now, coming from this match for Kramer. For Reignite, sorry.
Or for Kramer, I could be playing. For you.
Yeah, who knows? You might be a pro player, man. You might be a pro player.
I might have some ping issues.
But it's still playable, right?
Define playable. Sometimes I can go forward, so that's playable technically.
Okay, fair enough. But the fight continues. Revenant Esports, they are still going to be the only ones left on the south side gatekeep. So they are going to be having a little bit more of a good time. They've got all these charged rifles, but that's the thing. All things can turn very bad for them if the circle shifts away. So they better farm up those shields. They better farm up those reds before things happen. X10, they are going to be one of the best gatekeepers against them, but do you want to be caught out in open gatekeeping a different team while the other teams are going to be looking to punish you? So do they rotate or do they not? Reignite, they're just dodging all these fights, but Revenant, a little bit cheeky. Belkun will lose out a couple utilities, but let's take a look at the mini-map on where it shifts out for this next phase.
Ooh. Look, every single team, bar like 3, are in this kind of southeastern point of the map. EXO particularly now is going to get third party the second they fight one of these teams who try and enter this next ring. Where will the next zone be? Oh, EXO, this is such a strong spot. Look elsewhere as well. X10 have also got a really well-established position now. As these teams start rotating into them, we need to see some kills quickly. 14 squads for zone 3? That's a lot of players here. We need to see people die, I see. Otherwise, if we don't trim the fat, we're going to end up with a chaotic ring 4.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I feel like trimming the fats is not going to be the big issue now compared to the previous games, right? Previous Storm Points, we had like 18 teams still left alive, 20 teams left alive. Now it's 14 squads. I think it's still bearable compared to the previous round. So as of now, I think there's just a lot more space to work with compared to the previous Urban Warfield, especially in the Northwest section. And I believe it was Checkpoint, which was so difficult to get kills, right? So I think in this kind of scenarios, it's more winnable. But off the kill camps as well, we do see Dewa Esports also taking a fight against N Esports, Bowlane being one of the first one to get knocked off by Tweezy. So that's a big win for Dewa for now. But can they wrap up the fight? Because now, okay, as soon as I said it, they're gone. They're deleted from the game. Sorry, N Esports. You had a great run in the previous game. Not this time. Not like this.
Not this time. And now for Dewa. This is where things get interesting because they have to make a huge rotation here. They have a Valkyrie ult to do it, but do they risk committing it? Do they risk being plucked out of midair here when all they really need to do is just avoid these players who are below them?
Yeah, and seems like Dewa Esports is gonna hover his way around Bastion, will get the rooftop, so this is a great advantage for them. However, PROJECTXXX, they are gonna flush them up with the GB Dome. They're not giving them the upper hand. They're not making it easy for them, and they have to give away. But this is still a big win for Dewa Esports. They force out the GB out, and because of that, the next rotation going in, they're not going to be sandwiched and stopped by this. But PROJECTXXX, they're looking to re-engage. This time, they will take the high ground against Dewa Esports. They don't want to give it away to them. So, big win for now, but it's still going to be a stalemate. But with 12 seconds left, the circle is going to be coming in. Ravi calling for the dome. They have to get out. They are forcing initial. These are all full reds, and they know they're weak. Here comes the caustic dance to push them out of the zone, and the flank coming from Zayd is not even going to matter. He's going to get wrapped around. Look at this. The baiting from Tweezy. He knows that his teammates got his back. Stands steals, baits him out. Easy, clean. And that's going to be Dewa United Sports getting some free, easy KPs in their favor.
Just perfect, Icy baby. It shuts them all down. And now for Dewa, now that Valkyrie ult gets used, so now the rotation comes through, they're able to avoid this huge zone damage, which they would have taken otherwise. The only worry is they now need to find somewhere safe to land, and that doesn't look like an easy ordeal, particularly when you have the likes of EXO holding the flank of one area. They've then got players behind them watching the rotation of EXO. It's going to be such a difficult hot zone to land in. Surprisingly, EXO haven't been ganked yet, but they do know that this team stuck in this building are going to have to move eventually.
Yep, EXO going to be gatekeeping from the east side as well. This is a map they're super comfortable. Look at them positioning themselves. They want to pick a fight on all fronts, boot up some damage, but the only downside right now from EXO is that they're still blues and purple armor, and for that, they cannot take a risky fight for now. They need to farm those kills for now, and as soon as I say the kill as well, he gets a nice shot. Can he get the shot? No, he cannot. Nuku will be the one that snipes him down from afar with the charge rifle. Oh, talking about tag team. That's the, that's teamwork right there. It's just from a different team,
There, well, they tried to go for the aggressive landing. It did not work. They were eliminated elsewhere. Gibby going to use the shield to be able to get the Gustic back up. But here's the thing. That was the shield now gone. This is a lot of utility to burn, particularly at such an awkward timing of the map here. X10 Crit, they've held this building for so long. They've been doing so much damage to anyone who even peeks them here that this is going to become such a hard position to move them from. And the next zone's in their favor as well.
Yep. And the circle is going to be shifting down to the south side once again. I feel like Revenant Esports has got a pretty decent time. North side Esports, they are gatekeeping their way through. A big EMP completely destroys all the efforts of Emilia, who's been setting up all those caustic gas. And that's going to be a stalemate for now. But as of yet, the biggest winners of this fight are going to be guys with red armor. And unfortunately for ATH, they are down a member, so they cannot initially force a fight. But you can see the beams are coming in. Here comes the PK, looking for the pop, a big one as well. He's looking for the trades, goes for a pre-shots fire, but the guys up top, North Side Esports, is going to completely run and tally-tail as they have to go in for the reset. Very, very close call. Very, very scary PK as well.
Yeah, north side, wary of the presence, and they back off for the time being. ATH just lock in. They have the low ground here, but they are a man down, and that's going to come back to haunt them.
No way!
Oh, what a call! Jack is going to come back. What a great play there from the Crypto.
No way. They want to play the numbers game. They can wrap this out. If they get the kill, that's going to be full loot on Jack Cute. He's going to get respawned, but he's so far off from the rest of the teams. But on the other side as well, North Side Esports, they have to make a decision. Fight the guys bottom or fight the guys side. But they don't exactly know how many members are. X10 has been here the longest of the time, and they know which corner they should be holding strong. But what I do know is that the guys down bottom, ATH, they got to regroup S3, and they need to find loots for his fellow compadres. But Emilia, waiting for the right moment to go in for a strike. You can see Arc Stars being expanded. They want to break those doors, but it seems like the zone is going to come in. They don't have much corner. The zone is going to etch away. They lose one door, and X10 is going to try and punch his way through. Down bottom, we do see a GB Dome. as well. They're looking for a couple punishes as well. X10 looking for the nades. He wants to break the door. He wants to pick a fight down bottom. EXO Clan, they get the wipe off. And then it's going to be EXO Clan down. ATH, they came up alive. That's going to be free loot with EXO Clan straight all the way through, especially with their members who died early on. And this is crazy.
Wow. Yeah, with Team Burger also being taken down, all of a sudden things are looking very dire. Now X10 go out the corner, but they go around the corner at the wrong time. They spot out every single player there. Emmanuel also there to be taken down, but now everyone's on low HP. Everyone's trying to scramble. It's a mad dash to try and make it to the next zone. Look how far away it is. No one is in a good position for this. X10 need to move. They've been in their home for so long, but it's time to uproot and turn on everyone. As we see a follow-up come through here. X10, what can they hope to possibly do in this rotation?
Oh no, 6 squads left, 34 seconds left on the clock. Revenant got prime position to gatekeep their way through. X10, they're making a run for it as well, but they're getting gatekeeped offside Esports. They're looking for a bigger fight. Nuku getting a bit cheeky, but they need to wait for this drop. Everybody's got to get out, and as you can see, here comes the caustic gas coming in to try and zone them out of position. They need to make a run for it. 15 seconds left. Do they pop the GB dome? They're waiting for this dome to expire. God NZ still holding on to the GB dome for now. The GVL is going to be available. When do they pop it? Because from behind, Reignite is in the vicinity as well. Top 6 squads, they all have to get out of this spot. And the only ones that's going to be messing it up is going to be Revenant Esports. But Revenant Esports looks like they will bail out with those Valk out. So that's going to be them making a run for the first circle first. And nobody is shooting in them. So that's going to be good for Revenant Esports. And from afar, the snipes are coming in. Not exactly sure who's going to be in the northeast corner. But you can see the flushes are coming in. X10, they get the wrap around northside Esports. They lose one member, Lala Bang from ATH. They finally lose Lala Bang, but Jack is gonna be alive with full health. They are gonna go for the full defense. They're fighting against Revenant down towards the east side. They have to go for wraparound as well. God guys going for the ball. PK Pump misses the dome shot, and that is gonna be ATH whiffing the shots. God guys, last man standing, gets completely blown away. But while that's actually happening, the third parties are coming in. That is gonna be BRP, Reignite as well with the Kraber, with Gen Bottom having the shot. BRP joining the fight, reaping the rewards of this third party. The PKs are coming in, massive shots coming in, and that's gonna be Revenant Esports taken out. Final 3 in this final map of day number 1 in the grand finals.
Reignite also going to get attempts at the prize here. Going to go for a push elsewhere. It's going to be X10 who are continuing to lose members. They're trying to run, but they just can't. For the time being, it's going to be a few shots ringing out from behind. That's a lot of damage done by Gunburson now. They're trying to bait X10. They're trying to bait his team into fighting them here. Reignite, they can't cover the open ground because otherwise they'll take so much damage, and they realize that. X10, they have one lone player left, hoping to potentially rats here, but in order to push this lone player, you have to fight the team of 3. A lot of damage still being given out by Gunburson. Then the X10 player peeks out. X10, what can you hope to do? Limited health shields. And there's a quick kill. X10 down, 3-on-3 for the finals. Now, our final game of the day. Who will be taking the crown? Reignite, they want to. It's been eluding them for so long. Is this where it changes? BRB having a shield up, having to hide. It's a complete collapse. Really well placed utility here. It's absolutely perfect. The Kraber at point blank. Will it be given a chance to shine? Yes, it will. Racky falls. It comes down to the car now. At point blank. What good can it do? Reignite, they're about to lose 0. Low HP, able to get the shield out. But the rest of BRB do not stand a chance. Down to the last player. Down to half HP. Reload comes in. And just like that, Reignite become your judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, the patience has paid off. Sharky with those Kraber shots setting up the tempo. They come up on top, and they will be the victors by the end of the day. The only team to have gotten themselves 2 champions in a single day, and that is gonna put them in a very, very comfortable spot. We talked about Reignite. They did not disappoint. Not gonna lie, a little bit shaky towards the middle stage game, but they bounced back from the get-go. So I'm looking forward to see how day 2 is gonna happen. But that was a crazy, crazy match in map number 6 in Storm Point here, Kramer.
Yep, and Reignite will be one of the only teams that are able to take 2 victories today instead of 1. And that comes after a victory in map 1. A really, really strong performance from them. And I mean, they've just won ALGS. They show us why, because that was an absolute dominant performance. The fact they were able to stay in the center of our final 3 zones without actually taking too much damage, just their presence alone was enough to deter anyone from trying to force engagements with them, was so impressive.
Yep, they start up strong and they end things strong. That's going to be reigniting the flames as they started the wildfire from the start of the day. And guess what? That has been an explosive day so far because for them to close out the game, that's going to be a big W. So I'm looking forward to see how the scoreboards are going to be later on. But for now, in case for these guys watching at home, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. This is going to be the match highlights of map number 6.
Honestly, there were quite a lot of highlights, weren't there, I see? It felt like start to finish, there was just too much fighting for a lot of teams to actually handle. I mean, PROJECTXXX is a good example, and even X10. X10 at the end of that map were fighting so many people that they never got a chance to reset. They never got a chance to just heal up and take a breather. So by the time it came down to like the final 5 teams, all they could do was just sort of accept their fate.
Yeah, and I feel like that was a little bit of a struggle for them, right? I feel like Dewa United, they played it really well in that particular situation. Eventually, when the game crossed by, ATH, they caught a couple of big brain moments, you know, especially with the crypto draw. They was able to capitalize on it. But in this dome war, they got just completely third party. They just lost the dome war and with too many shots. It's just very, very unfortunate for them. And that's very hard to play, right? Dome fights in the close compound is okay. It's just 1-to-1 point. As now with on top of a Valkyrie where you need to shift your crosshair time and time game, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But what I really liked about this fight was that Reignite, they played it slow, they had the Kraber, everyone was so afraid of challenging them, and eventually when Sharky hit that shot early on, which we didn't see the caught on camera, they were able to win the final fight. So am I all in all, having that Kraber gives you that big boy buff. What I mean by big boy buff is that once you shoot a Kraber, it gives you that mental impression that kind of seeps towards the back of your mind, like a trauma impact. It's a very traumatizing experience if you get shot one tap in the head. And this has been ongoing for like what, 12 seasons? Only this recent season that the Kraber has been nerfed. So it's hard to get away when you hear a Kraber shot. You tentatively don't want to, you know, ego challenge this, right? It makes a lot of sense, but it's still one of the guns that do one of the most amount of damage in the game. So having that big boy damage, having that big boy buff, pushing and shoving people alive, it is going to be satisfying because Reignite, they not only pulled off the big W, they got the first champion in the first game, now they got the last. You started first, you grinded your way through and you finished last, and that's going to be a big win for them. I'm looking forward to see how much of a shift the scoreboard is going to affect them by the end of today for tomorrow's games, the grand finals as well.
In just about, we will be able to see our overall standings. Remember that our that all of the standings, all of this is just halfway through. Playoffs takes 2 days, so tomorrow we'll have another 6 maps, and that will decide our final winner. EXO are currently in the lead at rank 1 with 60 points. Below them, Team Burger with 57, and in third place, DNZ with 50. But let's see our standings now. Let's see how it's changed. Reignite, they won this map with 24 points, with, I believe, EXO only picking up 2, which means that Reignite are, I think by 1 point taking first place. If I'm not mistaken,
I don't know.
That's a 1 point difference.
I don't know yet, man. Like, my maths is pretty off right now, but I think you might be right to a degree, but I don't know. It has been so much shift so far. Burger, one of the most consistent teams. It feels like I've got a caster curse, right? Like every time like I talk about this team, they did really do well. Burger was like, we didn't really talk too much about them on 5 maps, but after a very, very convincing track record for map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then map 6, they just completely flopped. And I was like, okay, something's not right here, because Burger was one of the teams that supposed to win it if they got the perfect top 5 record, right? They've got top 5 for every single game, 5 games in a row, 6-1, not that hard, but nope, they just got slapped in the face, and I'm like, yeah, top 5? You think you're a big boy? Dude, I eat burgers for breakfast, man. And, you know, it's just not a burger day for now.
I also want to talk about how, I've just done the maths, it's about 5 points or so, Reignite take the lead. So they're going to end the day in first place. But what about the likes of BRP, for instance, who were having a sort of sitting middle of the pack now, have had some pretty good games. Where does this raise them up to? And now I'm nowhere near smart enough to be able to figure that out. And as well as how far do EXO fall? I suspect EXO still remain within the top 3, but
Mhm.
we'll see in just a moment. I believe we'll be able to show our overall standings in just a second. Is there any team here that surprises you, Ice Baby?
I think one of the biggest surprises for me is I think it's gonna be DreamFire, because they've been very, very low key. And knowing them, they do have a little bit of a tendency to be popping off in a lot of these games. So what was really surprising for me was that they didn't exactly do a good run in day number 1. Hopefully day 2 they can still do so, but they've got so much to ask for. But yeah, that's gonna be match 6 standings for now. Oh, is this match 6? No, this is. Oh yeah, this is the full overall standings, right? Am I right? No. Okay, a little bit of tweaking at the box here. I think production is still gonna fix this. For me, disappointing one that's gonna be them. Revenant Esports is also gonna be another team that I was expecting a little bit more as well. They had a strong start in game 1, right? Game 2, a little bit fell off. Game 3, you can see like things are getting a little bit shaky, and every single game kind of them bowing out rather early. It feels like there was just a lot of teams just focusing on them, and I'm not exactly sure what's going through their comms, but that was the teams that kind of shocked me a little bit more, considering that they had a good running during the group stages.
Yeah, they really did. And I also want to talk about NXL a little bit, who, for me, well, NXL and Burger, to be honest, are two teams who have done so bloody well, who have had the best performance thus far without winning a game. Without winning a game. Both of them have really done deep inroads to the board, particularly Team Burger. And you look at it, EXO Clan, Team Burger, it's 1 point separating them, and only a couple of points more separating that first place. It shows just how close things balanced now as we end day 1.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of shift coming in from the match as well. But Reignite, they managed to come up strong with first place for now. 6 more games for tomorrow for them to actually overcome the odds. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be battling out for the 4 placements for the 10k USD prize pool fight. But as of now, that is going to be a little bit of a change, I guess. Well, I think we're going to be popping up the standings a little bit more after this. But Burger, I think consistency is key. Based on their track record as well from multiple tournaments, Burger, EXO, Reignite, Emmanuel. Not Emmanuel. These are the 4 teams that kind of really stood out coming into this tournament as well. Good track records, has always been placed in top 6 in every single APAC tournament out there. So I'm looking forward to seeing more coming from them again. But now we're going to be jumping into the overall standings once again. Apologies for the little bit of mix-up early on, a little bit of graphical error. This is going to be the official standings up on screen, I think. Now, production, are you ready? Yeah, I guess. I don't know, Kramer. Help me out here.
We'll get a call. We'll get told. All right. Well, while I wait for production, we'll be able to see, as you mentioned, our overall standings going into tomorrow. Have you got a sort of outlying team who you think is going to be winning the whole thing?
Come on, don't put me in this spot again, man. Like, come on.
I'm going for EXO. I think EXO take it.
It's.
That was your pick then. All right, GG.
I'm a big Jen Button fan, you know? I'm not gonna lie, a lot of my friends were here like, hey, Jen Button is playing. Yeah, you know what? I want to watch Reignite. But, you know, I was a little bit disappointed in the early middle stage game, but somehow they found a way. They got 2 wins, and now they're number 1. I still think Reignite's got a pretty decent chance. And, you know, for you to shift away from Revenant Esports, that's a little bit surprising for me. But I'm not surprised as well, considering how EXO Clan, they were able to shock you in the 2 games from Ziki's plays, right, representing from Thailand. And I'm looking forward to see whether that's going to be the case for tomorrow. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the official overall standings up on screen right now. Top 3 breaking the 60-point mark. Emmanuel going to be on 4th place with 50, sharing it with DNZ, 50 plays as well. Revenant Esports BRB as well as NXL, they're going to be 40 points. 37 for Northside Esports. Dewa United, 31 points. I feel like the top 10 still has a pretty decent chance to actually push in towards the top 4 position, right? Tomorrow's 6 games, they need to have like big wins if they want to continue to lead. But I feel like the easiest chance is going to be Reignite, EXO Clan, Team Burger, Emmanuel, and DNZ, based on the match as well. Getting 30 points for tomorrow, or maybe even 40 points, is going to solidify their spot into the top 5 for sure. That's going to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm inclined to agree with you, except I do see EXO Clan taking this. I really do. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress over the course of the next couple, or over to the course of tomorrow, really. That's all that's left. If you are one of the teams like Bomber Boys, like HAIWAAN, who already are sort of confirmed as to not be winning this, what do you do? Because I
Hey,
would have
hey,
started
hey,
seeing
hey,
some
hey, 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 hey,
I
hey.
would have started seeing some focus fire.
Hey, it's not over yet for them because why? Mathematically speaking, it is still possible for them to come on top. And for them,
Mathematically speaking, sure. Realistically
they've got to have
speaking,
6 back-to-back champions, and they will be on first
realistically
place.
speaking, that ain't happening. So I'm looking for. I want to see him now start really trying to go. Hey, Reignite's dropping that. All right, let's go bully Reignite. Well, let's go bully Revenant. Or let's make EXO regret entering this tournament, or something along those lines. And we'll see. Like Goated, HDR, maybe even Emmanuel, who are up there. He might be a bit cheeky. PROJECTXXX, and maybe even Northside, all to just descend onto these top teams. I think that'd be great.
I'm looking forward to see how it goes, man. Anything can happen, I'm looking forward to see how day 2's grand final is going to go. But as of yet, that's pretty much it for day 1's grand finals. And we have an exciting game so far. And be sure to tune in and tell your friends for tomorrow, because tomorrow, we are going to find out who is going to be winning it all here in the Rise of Legions South APAC Apex Legends Grand Finals. And who's going to be the one on the top? Be sure to let your friends know and witness it with us by the end of today. And for now, that's pretty much day 1. We are going to be taking a short break, and we'll see you guys tomorrow later on for tomorrow. But Kramer, anything you want to say before we close out the series?
Nothing other than tomorrow is going to be a hell of a game. Do not want to miss it. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey with me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?